There we go. I think I was muted there. Sorry about that. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it. I don't know why it didn't unmute. It's supposed to automatically do that after the intro, but it didn't. So God bless technology. And that means I'll have to start over, pull over here. So I'm going to go back and say hi to everybody. I see Kimmy Dawn, Ben on third, Terry Barnes, Katie D, Ida Anson, Uncle Artie, Samantha, Kelly Fitzpatrick, Nope, Wasn't Me, Austin Murphy, John Smith, and I think that covers everybody for now. So I hope everybody's having a great Friday evening. As always, you know I am. It's raining a bit out here on and off. So if it starts to rain, of course, all you're going to see is the camera focusing in on the raindrops on the windshield. If that gets to bothering you, let me know and I'll flip the camera around. But unfortunately, if you're not staring at the ugly windshield, you're going to have to stare at my ugly mug. And I don't know that that's going to be much better for you. But either way, if it gets to bothering you, let me know and we'll switch that around. And there's Low Country Rider for $3 coffee time. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. You know I love my coffee. As a matter of fact, I have a cup in my hand. I just went and got it right before I started. So definitely appreciate the coffee. You guys know how much I think you all know that I love coffee. I'm pretty sure that I've made that abundantly clear by now. One of my favorite things in the world is a nice, good, hot cup of coffee. So how's everybody doing this fine, wonderful evening? Everybody doing all right out there? Hello, Della. I see you out there too. Queen Bee, how you doing tonight? Hope everybody's having a good one. If not, maybe I can tell you a stupid joke and at least put a smile on your face anyway. I'd much rather see everybody smile. Hello, Ed. How you doing tonight? Glad y'all decided to jump in and ride around with me for a little bit. Or a long bit, depending on how we do it tonight. We'll see how all of it works out. Hopefully we have another pretty much non-eventful evening. And I received today, I hope that person is out there in the chat. I received today 3 boxes and 3 or 4 different envelopes of stuff. I now have a large amount. I didn't count them yet just because I was kind of on my way in here when I realized they had come in. And so I have a bunch of zippered hoodie jackets. I have bags of socks and toboggans. So I have all of that, plus a few sleeping bags and tarps left. So to those people that sent all of that stuff in, I want to say thank you. That's not near enough to cover it, but thank you so very much. The people that you're going to help with that, I guarantee you are going to be appreciative. It's cold out here, and I think they're going to love it very much. So thank you, guys. Y'all are awesome, and I appreciate it so very much. There's Epiphanies. Hello, Epiphanies. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening? Happy Friday, as they say. Absolutely happy Friday. Was that American Pride up there? Yes, American Pride, Ohio. How you doing tonight? Hopefully he'll be back riding with us again next weekend. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We're waiting to hear from him, see how he's doing. He's had some pain, but hopefully he's going to heal up and we'll get him back in the car and abuse him a little more, huh? 65 CJ5, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Ida, I appreciate you stopping and checking on Banjo. Any of you in the local area, if you're around and you get the opportunity, stop and say hi. Banjo's a pretty nice guy. He always loves it when people stop and speak. So if you get that opportunity, stop and say hi. CJ, oh man, 65 CJ5. That's funny. It's absolutely wrong, but it is funny. I like that one. Oh, geez, what a way to start the night, huh? Start it with a laugh. I love it, love it, love it. I hope everybody else found that funny. If you found it offensive, leave the room and come back. You'll be all right in a minute. It's just a silly little joke. Don't mean nothing. There's Silly Wabbit. How you doing tonight, Silly Wabbit? No, there's no word on that sign coming down. I can't even get into the city, man. It's Friday, and they're all shut down today because of the game, the state game. All the city offices were closed, so I won't be able to get back on that until Monday. But what I can tell you is that it has not been and will not be enforced. I spoke with the chief, and the chief told me that she personally, and she's been here for, geez, I don't know, a long time, and she says that she has never ever seen a no loitering ticket written in this town at all, and doesn't expect to see any in the future. So that's what I know. Now and the rest of it we'll get back on and try Monday. There's Lethal. I think that says Lethal 91C. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. Hey, there's Articudo. How you doing, Art? Always nice to see you, sir. But yeah, even if I can't get that sign to come down, guys, it ain't going to make any difference at all, because the police department's not going to enforce it. So at least not as far as those people there are concerned. They're not loitering. If you look up the definition, you'll already know that. But that's not how it's going to work. And so there you go. It's all good. And for now, they're safe and sound, and no one's bothering them. Oh, silly wabbit, I'm sure they would try. It's the only reason I haven't taken it down personally. I'm going to try to get them to take it down. If they don't, then we'll see about removing it, just because we're assholes and we don't like it there. Hey, there's Gray Dude. How you doing tonight, Gray Dude? Thanks for stopping in, riding around with us for a little bit. Ed said I ran a stop sign back there. I don't think I did, but if I did, well, sometimes you'll have that, but I don't think I did. If I did, it's not like it's on video or anything. Sometimes you'll have that. But if I absolutely did, thank you for calling me out. Hey, there's Astrom. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Howdy, howdy. So we're back out and back at it again tonight. And it's Friday night. I don't know if that'll mean more traffic or less than the average Friday, only because of the game. Most people took off and went that direction. So Eugene says should be back next weekend. He's got to wait for the doctor to clear. So that's all we're waiting on, is the doctor say so, I guess. And hopefully he clears him to get back out here with me. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of missed him. I kind of missed blaming everything on him. Since I've been out here by myself, it's all my fault now. So I'd like to see him get back out here. That way everybody can blame him again. Leave me alone. Love you, Eugene. Hey, I appreciate it, Silly Wabbit. You have a great night, too. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. I sure do appreciate it. Always appreciated to see y'all out there. Yeah, they don't look too bad after a little bit of rain. It's rained on and off tonight. So, like I said earlier, if it starts hitting the windshield, you know what's going to happen. The camera's going to focus on the raindrops on the windshield and not on what's in front of it. So if that begins to happen and it annoys you all, like I said, I can switch the camera around. But unfortunately, instead of looking at an ugly windshield, you're going to have to look at my ugly mug, which is even worse. So, we'll deal with that when and if the time comes. Of course, if you don't mind looking at the windshield, hell, I just leave it that way. That way, when I do have to jump out of the car, I don't have to switch the camera back around, because I can't just hit one button. It don't work that way in StreamYard. I've got to hit like 4 or 5 different buttons to get the camera flipped back and then clear out the screens, and it's kind of a pain. So just to be quick on the draw, it's a lot easier if I leave that back camera on like it is now. That way, when I get out of the car, I'm already ready to video whatever's in front of it. And I don't have to be like Chili and point it, turn around backwards and point it toward me so you can see what's going on. That sign doesn't have anything on it, Orange Cones. I've already been behind it. There's nothing on it. I do know that is, or at least I'm told that is state property. However, I don't see the state putting up the sign. I would say that was probably the city. That's a guess. I don't know that. I'm just taking a wild guess, But there definitely is no no sticker on the back that I was able to see. And I did look for that. I just didn't see anything on it. So there you go. You know what I know. Yeah, Eugene, I miss you being out here too, man. We've been at this for a little while, and you've had my back the whole time. And I feel more comfortable when you're out here with me. You know, when Della's with me, I feel a little better. When I'm alone, hey, it is what it is. It's not like I'm afraid or anything. It's just nice to have somebody out in the car with me. Hello, Legicator. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening, sir? Hopefully, you're having yourself a good night. Yes, orange cones. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying there's nothing on that. No tags, no stickers that I have seen. So I know that it's state property, or so everybody says. I figured it is because it's an interstate bridge, goes from state to state. But as far as any identifying tags or marks on that sign, I haven't seen any. So no, Samantha, there isn't any. Are you asking me? If you are, there is no action yet. We just got started. There's nothing going on except just whatever people do on Friday nights. Most of them probably just getting off work, coming home, I'd say. Not late enough to really get into anything yet. Oh, orange cones, I would, but my dog's a bad one to bring out. He's a little too hyper to be putting in a car and keeping him in here for hours. So that's not the best idea for him, even though it might be for me. Well, educator, maybe you need to get you some sleep, buddy. That way you ain't quite as tired. Go take you a nap or something. Are you out all night tonight, or are you done tonight? You work tonight? Somebody likes running red lights, don't we? Yeah, my dog might. I don't know, but I know that he's not too good at riding in a car usually, and I just don't want to. I don't want to test him out here in the open public. I can take him places, and he isn't too bad, but he's the kind of dog he wants to jump up on everybody. He thinks he's to be the center of attention, and everybody should be. All the eyes should be focused on him, and I'm not the best dog trainer, and since he is my guard dog, I really don't care if he learns anything else or not. It's not about that. He takes care of the place. He keeps people out, and my neighbors are scared shitless of him, and I like it that way. So that's why I don't mess with him. He does his job, and he does it very, very well. And of course, when you're in the house, he just crawls up in your lap because he thinks he's a lap dog. He doesn't realize he's that big. A lot of them don't. Yeah, Della's kind of right. My dog hangs on her a lot, but it's a little bit different. She treats them like they're children, like a lot of you do, and me, I don't. They're not my kids. Not that I don't love them, and not that I treat them badly. I don't, but I don't treat them like children because they're not. They're my pets. They're not my children, and I do have a very big distinction. I grew up on a farm, and I had to learn the difference between a pet and food, and a pet and a work animal and those kinds of things. And, so, there's a bit of difference, a bit of compartmentalization in my mind with the dog. So I hope that makes sense. Yes, sir, Eugene. If I need you, you'll be the first to know. Get you some sleep, sir. And hopefully we'll catch you on the next ride next weekend, man. Get you back out here. If nothing else, we'll just tie a rope around you and drag you along behind. Hell, you don't have to get in and out of the car. I know that's the hard part. We'll just drag you behind. Maybe that'll work. Hey, there's Wake Up and Resist. How you doing today? Good to see you. It's a fine Friday evening. It's a grand, soft evening with the rain, but hopefully you're doing good out there. Natasha Jones, how you doing tonight, Natasha? Good to see you out there. Hello back. Thanks for jumping in and saying hello. Always appreciated. Claiborne County Transparency, how you doing tonight, sir? Glad you had time to come in and check us out. I always like to see y'all jump in and say hello, of course. Love the opportunity to say hello back. But we definitely see you here, Wake Up. If it's good to be seen, then it's very good because we all see you. We know who you are, sir. Appreciate you being in here. All is well here. I couldn't ask for much better. I'm a pretty blessed individual. The Lord takes good care of me. My life is pretty easy, and I like it that way. So I'm always good here. Guys, you know how I always tell you when you know if you're going to take off at night to make sure that you walk around your car and check your lights and make sure they work and everything. And I noticed tonight I have a tail light out, so I had to stop at the auto parts store and buy some bulbs, which I have in the glove box. It's too dark for me to mess with trying to put them in tonight, but I do have them. So, and I wouldn't have known if I hadn't gotten out and walked around the car. So that's the reason I always suggest you do that. That way you catch it before anyone else does, and maybe get it fixed before you get pulled over for it. Just some good advice for you there. Country Josh, how you doing tonight, sir? Unfortunately, there ain't a damn thing going on here except for my never-ending mouth. Other than that, man, it's so far just another night in Ironton. Hopefully you're doing good out there where you're at. There's Chorky's in a van. How you doing tonight? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in and waving hello. Always appreciated. Hopefully some of you out there in the chat got a chance to go look at Country Josh's videos last night or today, because, man, there's some funny ones on there for sure. That guy had me cracking up the other night. Thought I was going to laugh myself into a seizure for a minute. Some of them are pretty funny. Are you kidding me, Orange Cones? They drew their weapon just because you had a dog? That don't sound right. That sounds like a pussyfied cop to me. He's a bit of a baby and there's a little bravery in his life. Apparently the badge and the gun ain't enough to make him feel strong. Because that don't sound right there at all. Maybe they ought to take his gun away from him, because it doesn't sound like he should have one if he can draw it out that easy. Just saying. That's my opinion. No, 65 CJ Ironton has no industry. There's nothing here anymore. Nothing being made. Nothing like that. We need it, but we don't have it. I'll tell you what, Orange Cones, he sounds like a wuss. He shouldn't have a gun. You know, if you're that scared, you shouldn't own a weapon. Just saying. That's just unfounded fear right there. Hell, anybody can take one look at a dog and tell if it's mean or not. Shit. Everybody knows what a mean dog looks like, I'm sure. If you don't, you just need to look at a few more dogs till you get the idea. That's some silly stuff right there. I think Della's right. Them little ones are the ones that'll get you. The big ones are usually the gentle giants, as they say. But man, them little ones, get up in there around some of them chihuahuas and stuff, they'll do everything they can to chew a finger right off. They can't hurt you all that bad, but they might break the skin and leave an infection or something, you know. They're some hyper little dogs for sure. I guess it's because they are so small that some of them can be so aggressive. Sometimes you'll have that out of people too. The smallest people were the meanest in the bunch generally. Hey, I see Green Lord popping up out there. How you doing tonight, Green Lord? Glad you decided to pop in. Witch of Heart, how you doing tonight, dear? Good to see you. Glad you stopped by and checked in with us. Always good to see you. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Don't turn this way. It's a one-way. It's a one-way. It's a one-way. Hey, go ahead and go that way, dumbass. Don't pay no attention to me. Shit, I wouldn't know nothing. I'm just a dumbass hillbilly. Idiots. There, she's turned around. She must have finally figured it out. I wasn't trying to wave you down to hurt you. I'm trying to tell you you're going the wrong damn way on the one-way, lady. Be careful. You get somebody hurt. Get somebody hurt. We don't want that. Hey, there's Britt Biatch. How you doing tonight, Britt? Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Always appreciate it. Love it when you all come in and speak and let me know you're out there. I always love the opportunity to say hi back. Since we have such an awesome community here of people, I love making sure I get to speak to all of you. Hey, there's Conspiracy. How you doing tonight? Good to see you too. Thank you for dropping by, saying hi. As I say, it's always appreciated. I love being able to say hello to everybody. I never feel alone when I'm out here because y'all drop in and say hello, you know. Let me know that you're out there. Oh, Britt, I'm sorry. You're one of a few people, I think, out there in chat land that aren't feeling very well. I'm sorry about that. Everybody throw Britt a little love, little well wishes, and a few prayers if you do such a thing. Sounds like she might be able to use it for the night. No shoes, no shirt, no service, no pants, no problems. Right, Jackie? How you doing tonight, by the way? Whether you got pants or not, it's still good to see you. We just see a little more of you than we do the rest of them, I suppose. Hey, there's Lisa. How you doing, Lisa? Good to see you, sweetheart. I'm glad you dropped back in to say hi. Apparently, we had us a bit of an argument in the chat last night. I hated that it was 7.5 hours long because I had to sit and pick through that stuff to find it, to see exactly where it went bad. And I think I found it. I'll be honest, I'm most unhappy about it, but we'll deal with that later. I don't want to talk about it right now. I'll wait a little bit. But I sure am glad to see y'all come in and say hello, though. Thank you for that. Hey, Green Lord, I'm doing good, buddy. I'm always good. Good for nothing, but guaranteed good for it. You know, if nothing else, I'm good enough to get out here and drive around in circles anyway. So that's what we're going to do. See if we see any of them cherries and berries light up in town. Nah, Lisa, no excitement yet. It's just another boring evening so far. So we'll see how all that works out. Oh, thank you, Natasha. I appreciate it. I don't know that I'm awesome, but I sure do appreciate you saying so. You guys have got to be careful telling me all those nice things about me. You make my head swell. Because, see, when I get home, you know, and I look at Della and I say, yeah, but Natasha said I was awesome. you know, she doesn't have the same reaction. I'll let you know. She just doesn't have the same reaction at all. Maybe it's because she has to put up with me all the time. I don't know. There's Pawnee Town. How you doing tonight? What does that say? Y'all was fighting in the chat last night. Shame on you. Yeah, really. Shame on them for doing all that. Wasn't unnecessary, but they did it anyway. Hopefully tonight it'll be a little bit better. I hope. You know, maybe nobody will get their feelings hurt tonight. Because after what I seen, that's kind of where it started. You know, people just start getting their feelings hurt over stuff that's said, and you know, then from then on, it's, you know, it's all about being on the defensive. And a lot of people use offense for defense, and it just doesn't work. It just makes things worse. Hey, Della, are you reading the chat? Because Natasha and Witch of Heart both think I'm awesome. You could take a lesson from them, sweetheart. I am awesome. Ask them, they'll tell you. I bet she's done rolled her eyes 10 times. I love you, babe. Oh, shit. Just remember how awesome I am. If you ever doubt me, just ask my chat. They'll tell you. I'm just fucking great. Honestly, Low Country Rider, I have no idea what that was, but it was quite a few years back, a long time ago. They shut down the Malibu. They shut down the Salvi first, and then the Malibu went, and then, of course, Allied Chemical or Allied Signal or Barrett's or whatever the hell they were calling it at that point. My father used to work down there at Allied, but I don't know exactly what year it was they closed down the Malibu. 65 CJ says, yes, you need. Whose wrench do I need to take away? 65, who are we talking about? I'm not sure who we're speaking of there. Well, I want to make sure we're speaking of the same person anyway. Baby Doll Ironson, how you doing tonight? I see you, dear heart. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello for sure. There's Kelly Fitzpatrick. I don't know if I spoke to you or not, but I will again, just in case I didn't. Another train in Irontown. If y'all hear the whistle blowing by there, we get a lot of those. You're talking about Sovereign Soul's wrench. Did he misuse his wrench? That's my question. Did he misuse his wrench? Because I know there's a few of you out there misusing your wrenches. I've seen a few comments that should not have been deleted, and yet they were. And that's kind of burning my bottom a little bit because I don't like it. This is a free speech platform, and I would prefer that it stay that way, that nobody hide comments because they disagree or don't like it. I don't want that done. And if that does continue, I will be removing some wrenches. It's not that I want to, but I will. I don't want to be daddy, but if I have to be, I'll be daddy. I'll instead of busting ass, I'll just remove wrenches. So that's how I'll deal with it when the time comes. And you'll know who you are because you won't have a wrench when you show up. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and make a list. Y'all know who you are, timing people out and deleting comments. I shouldn't have to tell you who you are. Y'all know who you are. Which part says, I don't have a wrench. Well, then we know you ain't one of the ones then, huh? Maybe we'll have to throw one your way, Witch. I remembered to throw Epiphany's hers. I'll have to remember yours. If I can remember, I'll throw you one. I can't do it from where I'm at now. I'm in StreamYard, and it won't let me do it from here. That has to be done in YouTube. So, and I can't switch screens on. I only have one phone, and you guys see what it's doing. So, if I can remember, I'll throw a wrench your way. Well, I appreciate it, Ida. If any of y'all with wrenches are ever in doubt, go ahead and hit me up. If you think I'm too busy, that's just bullshit. I ain't never too busy for you guys. You all are the reason that I'm here. So I have no problems at all stopping what I'm doing and making sure that that you guys have what you need, or that you know what you need to know in order to operate effectively. But for the most part, you know, everybody has free speech. I mean, damn it, I'm a First Amendment auditor. If I'm in here regulating people's speech, then I ain't worth a shit as a First Amendment auditor, you know? So I want to make sure that people can say what they want to say, even though sometimes we don't freaking like it, you know? Oh, hell, Witch, don't worry about it. It ain't like having a wrench is that great big of an honor. I hold a wrench in a lot of chats. I rarely ever use mine. I usually just use it to add links and shit in the chat. You know, I let some of the other mods take care of all the other wrench stuff. I don't get into it too much, you know, because there's a lot of things I disagree with timing people out for and deleting them, you know, so I don't do a whole lot of that. Done very little. I have done some, but very, very little. Yeah, I know, KDD. I wasn't speaking about those particular people that were arguing last night. I was talking about some of my other mods deleting comments. They'll know who they are because they're the only ones that deleted comments. And, you know, I don't like that. I don't give a damn why they're doing it, but I want them to fucking quit or I'll take the wrench away. That's what I'm talking about. You know, those arguments that come up, those things are going to happen. I don't like it. Unfortunately, I can't control it. And that was just because there were feelings that got hurt. And that's what happens when feelings get hurt. People go on they become defensive. And on the defensive, they tend to turn offensive. And then they start trying to offend each other. And that's exactly what happened. And I hate that because that's like high school teenager bullshit, you know, but they do it anyway. So, you know, we'll try to deal with it the best we can. I was just hoping tonight to be different. Everybody got them a little sleep and feels a little better today. I was hoping. Yeah, we did time out the same guy at the same time, didn't we, Widge? You'll have that. You know, some things, you know, some things I won't put up with because that doesn't fall under free speech. You know, you're not free just to go around creating a fucking problem. That's not how the First Amendment works. If you're doing that, somebody needs to smack you in the mouth, you know, and teach you better in life, you know. Educate you a little bit, give you, you know, allow you time to mature after you get your mouth smacked, you know, and to think about what you did and why you did it, you know. What time is it here? It's about 8 p.m. here. It might be as much as 10 after. Let's see. It looks like 8:07 according to my clock here in the car. So it's 8:07 p.m. on Friday evening here. Cheyenne Williams, hello back. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Yeah, don't worry, Lisa. The ones out there that did it know who I'm talking about. I'm not ready I'm not trying to blast nobody out, and I'm not really trying to be an asshole. Um, but if I see that same stuff again, I will remove some wrenches. And I'll be honest, I don't give a damn what the name is behind it. It makes no difference to me. I treat everybody the same. So there's not one person above another here. And I hate that I might have to do that. I'm hoping that I don't. And I'm hoping tonight is warning enough and it won't be necessary. Lynn Willow, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Hello back for sure. You're right, 65 CJ. Sometimes free speech is not free of consequences. That's why we have to be careful with the speech we use. You know, those rights that we have, sure, you have the right to be an asshole, but is it necessary is the question. Is that a responsible way to operate in the First Amendment? Because I would say no. It is not a responsible or mature and grown up way to do it. You know, there's a responsible way to operate under your Second Amendment, and there's very irresponsible ways to operate under it for sure, since you're dealing with firearms, and every other right is exactly that way. You have the right to do certain things, but you need to do that responsibly and maturely. You got to have a bit of maturity and scruples to you, you know. Pat Dowlinger, how you doing tonight, Pat? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, Pat. Hey, there's Colin Bastow. Bastow, I assume it's Bastow. I don't know. Since he can't correct me on it, I'll just call him Colin because it's easier that way. How you doing tonight, Colin? Good to see you. How's the land down under that don't exist? How's the hoax land down there with all the kangaroos that must not be there either? What did he say? It's somewhere in Disneyland or something. So I'm just wondering how all that's going for you down there. Good to see you. Bastow, good deal. Maybe I'm pronouncing it right. Probably sounds a little bit different when you do it. If you've got that Australian accent, I'm sure it sounds a little different, but hopefully my hillbilly tongue isn't butchering it up too bad, I hope. I try my best with names, but I'll be honest, some of them throw me a little bit, and I really want to pronounce them right, but, you know, unfortunately, it's not always easy. I do have a hillbilly tongue and a terrible bad accent, so I know sometimes what I say doesn't exactly sound like what you're used to hearing for sure. Hey, there's Dreamy Lynn. How you doing tonight, Dreamy Lynn? Thanks for coming in. Good to see you out there. There's Launchpad. As far as I know, we don't have any new ones getting arrested. You know, we'll see how that goes. Hey, there's Lou. How you doing tonight, loose cunt? Good to see you, Lou. Thanks for coming in and saying hello, man. Always good to see you, sir. I appreciate you. Always glad when y'all come out and take a ride with me. One thing I can say is the chat's never boring, and neither is the ride as long as I have y'all with me. I'm glad you did too, Dreamy Lynn. Always happy to have you ride around with me live for sure. I'm always happy when everybody comes in and catches me on a live. Like I said, it keeps it from being boring. You know, I got somebody to talk to. And y'all hear as much as I talk. If y'all weren't here, I'd be talking to myself, and then I just look weird. People just think I'm strange. They probably do anyway, because they don't realize I'm talking to a camera and a whole room full of people. Not everybody realizes I'm running YouTube, you know. Oh, there you go. Natasha says, Merry Christmas, everyone. Peace and love. That's right. That's what it's supposed to be. Hopefully it'll be that way all year long now and not just this Christmas. I try to operate in love every day and not just once a year, not just for a month. I challenge everyone else to try that. May not be easy, but anything worth doing is not always easy. But it's not the ease of it that makes us want to do it. It's the love in our hearts toward one another. That's what should be making you want to do it, not the ease of which it is to do. You know. Who you talking to, Della? Who the hell's strange? She's probably talking to me. I know I'm strange. I'll admit it. I'm definitely not like everyone else. I don't like the word strange. If I had a lot of money, they'd probably call me eccentric. But since I don't, they like to call me crazy. And personally, as you all have heard me say, I prefer the term unorthodox because I'm just not like everybody else. I'm just a little bit different. Hey guys, there's the Bud Light diesel down there that you see coming right at you. I see that big Bud Light trailer attached to it. If we're ever going to hijack a truck, that might be the one we want, huh? Of course, I don't drink, so don't make no never mind to me, but some people love that stuff, I guess. Which says it's pretty awesome to be strange. Yeah, some people think so. At least us strange people do anyway, don't we? Hey, we'll go with that. That sounds good. We are absolutely awesome because we're not like everybody else. We'll just use that. That sounds good. Sounds good when you say it anyway. Yeah, I know, Colin. It's summer down there. We left summer a few months back here, and we're just headed into winter. Won't be long before it's going to be winter proper and be a little colder. We're just getting into the tips of it right now. Why don't you just jet right up there in front of me and be a fucking prick? Why don't you just try that? Why the hell not? All right, guys, let's see here. Try to catch up here just a little bit. Maybe I can exchange struts and just swap them over. Yeah, maybe. I'm probably going to have them before too long. I agree with you, Dreamy Lynn. It does keep life interesting. How boring would it be if we were all exactly the same and thought exactly the same? You know, there'd never be a difference of opinion, and I don't know about you guys, but I think that would be a boring world for sure. I think that's what makes the people so great is because we do have different ideas and thought processes and upbringings. You know, everything that could make us different, of course, does, and I enjoy that. And as Lisa said, it doesn't cost anything to be kind. It doesn't cost a damn thing. No one has ever went bankrupt being nice. That's not what causes it. Just saying. So you can always afford to be a little bit more nice to people. And I challenge y'all to do it. I don't know, Daisy. I have not been in there yet tonight. Just haven't been in there yet. Whoa, I'll walk in there later. You know, at some point I'm going to have to walk in there. But I haven't been in there yet tonight. You're right, Dreamy Lynn. It would be like carbon copies for sure. And that would suck. I don't know how bad it'd suck to have carbon copies of me, because I'm a little different anyway. But you know, I don't think the world's ready for two of me. That's what I think. I don't think the world is ready to handle any more than one of me. I think I'm enough in this world. Probably all it can stand. I wouldn't wish two of me on anybody. I wouldn't even wish two of me on me. Though sometimes I do wish I could split in two and do more than one thing at a time. I wish that was possible. You're right, Dreamy Lynn. You are the one and only, the original. I guess technically we all are. You know, we're all a little bit different anyway. I guess that's what makes us unique. It's what makes what makes it fun to be part of the people, is all the differences that we have. Especially our cultural differences, not just in other countries, but sometimes just across state lines, sometimes even just across the city. You know, some people have very odd, strange customs and traditions, things you're not used to, things you don't know about or never seen. And it's always fun to find out about some of those things. The Enforcer, how you doing tonight? Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Always appreciated. Hope you're having a good Friday night too. Yeah, guys, it seems like almost every night when I come out, there's more lights up. So, like I say, here in another week or so, we'll go out on a Christmas light tour, and I'll run up and down every single street. We'll see everything that we can see, all the lights that everybody has out. And if that's not enough, and it probably won't be, because I know y'all like that, we'll go over to Ashland, and as long as it's not raining, we'll get out and take us a walk around Central Park. There, they have quite a huge light set up over there every year too. So, and I've also been told that the Paul Porter Park up there in Coral Grove decorates pretty good. So we'll have to go check that one out as well. There's one of the Ironton police vehicles right here in front of the jail. I don't know whose vehicle, but it's definitely one of them sitting there. Lou said a Christmas light tour sounds amazing. Well, we'll do that in another week or so, give everybody a chance to get their lights up. I'd love to do it right now, but I want to make sure that, you know, we get a little bit closer to Christmas where everybody's got them up. That way we'll get to see them all and we don't miss any. Because sometimes there's some pretty impressive displays in and around, and I want to make sure that we see those. I mean, we'll look at all of them, you know, the small ones, the big ones, but I want to make sure we catch them, whether it's small or big, you know, so we can get a little bit of a variety and see them all. Yes, Green Lord, I remember that. I used to be in that cruise line every weekend, as a matter of fact. I worked all week to make sure I had the gas money to come in here and waste driving around in town for hours. I sure do remember. It was fun until they made it illegal, you know, and it's not like we had anything else to do for sure. You know, Ironton's not exactly known for all of its activities and fun places to visit. So we didn't have nothing to do besides cruise up and down the street, and that's what we did, and we had a great time doing it. Unfortunately, there were a few who liked to destroy and break things and create a problem. But because of those few, none of us can do it anymore. So the kids today aren't allowed to do such a thing. They went and made it illegal, of course, you know, which is horse shit, but they did it. I don't know about that, Colin. That wouldn't make Christmas too fun for sure. What did they make illegal? Well, we used to drive up and down Third Street. We'd turn around at one place and drive back up, and turn around and drive back down, and they made that illegal. You're not allowed to do what they call cruising anymore. Not allowed to block, you know, have enough traffic in it to block the streets just because you're driving back and forth. They made that illegal. Whether it's right or wrong, that's for sure what they did. So there you go. They tried to say, you know, an EMS couldn't get through if they needed to, which really isn't true. You know, we'd have just got the hell out of the way. But you know, you know how it is when certain officials decide certain things. That's the way it is. Whether there's any truth to what they say or not don't really matter. That's the way they say it is, and that's what ends up happening. So, from what I've seen, those powers that be do whatever the hell they want to, whether we the people agree or not. So there you go. Tasha says Colgrove is so pretty every year. Yeah, we're going to check that out on our Christmas night light looking too. We'll go up and check out, I believe it's called Paul Porter Park, if I'm not mistaken. We'll check that out, and we'll also go check out Central Park in Ashland, because they usually have a pretty big display over there too. So, Kyle Wellman, how you doing tonight, Kyle? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. Good to see you out there, Kyle. I hope you're having a good Friday night. If it's Friday night where you're at, if it's not and it's Saturday, well, I hope you're having a good Saturday then. Yeah, there you go. See, Della loves the Christmas lights too. She's been wanting to do it, and I haven't. So this year, I guess we're going to get it done. Conspiracy music. Yes, sir. I absolutely will. It's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by and saying hello. Always appreciated, sir. Hopefully you get that move completed and we can get you back on a music stream, because I sure miss y'all. I missed you this week for sure. I had to go find something else to do myself since I didn't have a 6-hour music stream to do. I sure do miss the music. I like it. You're right, Green Lord. We didn't have quite the hard drugs then, at least not like we do now. But it wasn't the drugs creating the problem, I don't guess. It's the city not liking it is what happened. You know, when they deem something, when they don't like something, they call it illegal. Whether it is or not, it's irrelevant. That's what they do. It's like putting up a no loitering sign right in front of homeless people. You know, they do dumb shit like that. You know, trying to make legal shit illegal so that they can say that it's illegal and do something. You know, do something to stop what they don't like. You know. Oh, I know you will. Conspiracy. I can't wait. Sorry, I'm like a little kid. I'm full of anxiety. I just can't wait. I love that show. That's the favorite. My favorite part of the week is being able to do that music show with you and Doc. I truly do enjoy it. It gives me a break from what I normally do, and I get to see some awesome people in the chat, some great performers, and I get to hear their music, and I just enjoy it. I think it's a great time. I really do enjoy it. And of course, you and Doc make the show. Obviously, you know that's what makes it fun to come and watch. If it was just the music without you two, it wouldn't be as much fun. So thank you and Doc both for doing that, because I know everybody else likes it too. I think that's why they always come back and watch. You guys just make it fun. Made him ride in the back. Yeah, I'd say so. There you go. Even Lou says he enjoys the music too. Says it's the high part of his week. It sure is one of mine. I like it. And since we do it on Hump Day, it's just a good day to get it done. That midweek, you know, and get a break right midweek of all the bullshit we go through in our lives. That's why I like it. It just breaks up the monotony. You know, we get to do something different and meet some wonderful people, hear some great music, and get to hang out together. Just gives us another excuse to get on there and hang out. For me, is more of what it's about. I just love being around people. Queen Bee said she loves it too. Yep. See, I know everybody likes it. That's why everybody comes back and watches. We get a pretty good view count. Usually not a lot of people in the live, but that's because there's so many other YouTube channels going live at that point. And they're a lot bigger channels than mine, so everybody goes to check them out and watch theirs. But by Joe, when they're over, they always come back and watch. So, we definitely get the views on the back end. And thank you all for doing that. I appreciate it. That's what keeps Doc and Clay coming back and making that great music show, providing it for us to see, is because you all watch it. So that's the reason they do it. Make it count. So it's just checking in. Auditing the empty streets never disappoints, right? Well, hey, we audit what we can. If there ain't nothing but empty streets, then by Joe, we'll just drive the empty streets. If we happen to locate some cherries and berries, we'll get out and deal with that. But hey, as long as there's empty streets, and we don't have to worry about anybody being hurt, beaten, tased, caged, or taken advantage of, or policed for profit, for sure. And that's the way I like to see it. I like to know that people can come out here and drive around without being harassed. And I like to know that the Ironton police officers are not out here to do that. I enjoy it that way. I like it better that way. So the less pullovers we see, personally, I think it's better. Hey, there's Poor Dirt Farmer. How you doing today, sir? Good to see you out there, Poor Dirt Farmer. Thank you for coming in and checking in with us. No, Cheyenne, my wife is at the house. You'll see her out there in the chat. That's Della. You see Della Perry out there. That is the wife. She's at home tonight. She was in a car wreck many years ago before her and I got together. She damaged her back, and sometimes it hurts her pretty good, and it's a raining day, and it's bothering her. And I'll be honest, this car I drive around in is not the kind of car that you want to spend 8 hours sitting in. Ask her, she'll tell you. It just so happens that I don't have any permanent back damage, so a little bit of stiffness and soreness that I get ain't no big deal. I can work that out. But it really does bother her, and she didn't feel like coming out with me tonight, so that's why she didn't come, just because she's having some pain, so she decided to stay home. Hey, there we go. Checking in and making sure that's the real Poor Dirt Farmer, and I guess it is. Good deal. Glad to see you out there, by the way. Thanks for coming in and checking it out. Always appreciate it. Good to see you out there. Anytime, all the time. We're a bit of a different kind of auditing channel. We're nothing like anybody else on the internet, I don't think. If there's anybody out there that quite does what I do, I haven't seen them yet. Don't mean they're not there. It just means I haven't seen them yet. I don't know of anyone else. I think I'm a bit of an anomaly in the auditing world. Just a little different than everybody else. No, Colin, it's not date night tonight, for sure. Definitely not date night tonight. Do I go out into the suburbs? Well, we don't really have much for suburbs. You either got inside the city or outside the city. There really isn't anything in between. No, I don't get out into the county a whole lot. I live out in the county, but I don't do a lot of videoing out there. And the reason is because there's a lot less public land out there. Most of that's private property. And I don't know how you all are, but if someone's on my private property, yeah, I'm very aware, and I'm not so nice. I don't like it when people are just standing around and doing whatever they want to do. So I won't do that to someone else. I won't be standing on private property. And that's why I don't get out into the county a whole lot, because there really is nowhere public, you know. That's a good way to get shot here where I live. I don't know if it's the same where you're at, but that'll definitely happen here where I live. You'll be told once, maybe twice, and the next time you're told, it comes to the tip of a hollow point. So, Poor Dirt Farmer, I sure will be. I'm always free, and I always try to be as safe as I possibly can. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in and checking it out always. Thank you, thank you. Carlin says, we really don't have that many guns here. Now, they did a whole big, I don't know if it was a buyback or a confiscation or what they did, but I know they took most of them down there in Australia. Y'all can't do it like we do it here for sure. I'm lucky. I get to walk around here with a pistol on my hip 24/7, and I always do. And I wouldn't look too kindly at anybody that thinks they're going to take it. They might take it, but they're not going to get it till it's empty. I promise you that. Outside of that, you know, we all get along just fine. Hey, Jane, how you doing out there tonight? Hopefully you're having a good night. There's Bean. How you doing tonight, Bean? Good to see you come back in and say hello. Yeah, Colin, I know they did that years ago, and it changed everything down there, didn't it? Hopefully y'all aren't regretting it. I don't know how that turned out for you. Obviously, I don't live there, and I don't like get the Australian news up here, you know. And I don't really know anybody from Australia. You're one of the very few. So hopefully, y'all aren't regretting doing that. Hopefully, it made everything better. Somehow, I doubt that it did, but I'm ever hopeful anyway. I agree with you, Orange Cones. An armed society is a polite society. The one thing you'll never see is two armed men being rude and mean to each other. That's not normal. It does not happen, and I know because I've been an armed man, and I've been around a lot of other armed men. Everybody, both sides of my family, have been armed their whole lives, and they're some of the most respectful and nice people I've ever met. But you kind of have to be if you're going to carry, a weapon around. You have to have some, like everything else. You got to be responsible. You have to have some scruples. You can't just be stupid. You have to be responsible with that kind of thing, because if not, somebody will get hurt or dead. And we don't want that. Don't want that at all. I don't carry it hoping that, wanting to kill somebody. That's not why I have it. I have it because I'm allowed to have it. It's my Second Amendment, and I sport it proudly. And I hope that's an encouragement for others to do the same, because I do agree that armed people are generally polite to one another. I know most people are polite to me. Even if they don't like what I'm doing and they want to tell me something bad about me, they still do it with a certain amount of respect. I promise you they do. And it ain't because I'm somebody special. It's simply because most people are scared of the pistol. And if that's what it takes to keep them in line, then by Joe, I'm glad I've got it. The most beautiful part about it, though, is the more I walk around here and the more people get to know me or have gotten to know me. I mean, it ain't no problem now, but in the beginning, people were a little resistant. They didn't like that I was open carrying a pistol. They had a lot of problems with it, but now that it's been years and years, now people don't, they don't see me that way. They learn that I'm not a bad guy. They learn that I don't create problems, that my pistol was never an offensive weapon. Obviously, it's only for defense. So far, I've never even had to pull it out. And I hope to God I never do. Because if I have to do that, then that means somebody has to get hurt, and I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Oh, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. I'm actually very honored and humbled that you think so. I think a lot of you too, Lisa, believe it or not. I think you're a pretty cool lady, and I'm very happy to have made your acquaintance. I'm glad you stick around and stick in there with me. I sure do appreciate you. Hey, there's Fubar. How you doing this evening? Evening to you too. Hopefully you're having a good Friday night out there wherever you're at in YouTube land, wherever that takes you. I hope it's a good one. Colin said he's a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, well, I don't know. You'd have to ask Della what she thinks. I probably classify more as a fighter than a lover, just at a guess. I'm not exactly the romantic type. I don't even know how to begin. I don't know what to do. I'm not built like that. Just not quite my thing. Oh, thank you, baby doll Ironton. Did you see that, Della? Me and you both getting a lot of compliments out there. I sure do appreciate it, guys. I can't tell you how much I appreciate those kind words y'all say about me. I don't know why you say them, but I'm sure glad to hear them. I'm not sure I agree with all of you all the time. I don't think I'm that great, that special, none of that. I'm just a guy. I'm just a hillbilly. I think most of them are like me. I know you have, Lisa. That's why I said I'm glad you've hung in there with me. I sure do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It means a whole lot to me. There are a few others that have been around since the beginning, and man, there's so many that turned against me and came back. I laugh all the time when I see certain names pop up in the chat, because it's not been that many months ago that they'd pop up in my comments giving me crap all the time. Whenever I split off from Chile, I got a lot of crap from a lot of people, and it took them a little while to see what I already knew about him, and to come back and see that I wasn't what they thought I was, and that he definitely wasn't what they thought he was. So that just took a little bit of time, and every once in a while I still see new people popping in that I remember from his channel over there. So I'm always happy to see them. Always, always, always. So many new people coming in. We're growing by leaps and bounds. You know, I had over 200 subs last month. I've already had over almost 60 this month. You know, so we're definitely growing by leaps and bounds. More people coming in, and I couldn't be happier about it. I'm glad to see that the community's growing. Oh, thanks, Colin. I appreciate it. I would say, of anything I might say about my, well, that car's parked on the wrong side of the road, ain't it? Wish they'd at least have sense enough to turn out their damn headlights when they do that dumb shit so that somebody driving through can see. If you're watching my channel, turn your damn headlights out, moron. That blinds people. They can't see. All right, guys, back to it. I'd say if I had to describe myself, that might be words I use. Just a down-to-earth guy. You know, I don't have my head in the clouds. I don't believe a lot of crap. You know, I'm just kind of plain and simple. If you've ever heard somebody describe a woman as plain Jane, I guess that would also qualify for me. Not that I'm a woman, but I'm just pretty plain. Just a plain old guy. Nothing special about me, for sure. Hey, Jane, don't talk about my legs now. That's why I don't wear shorts, because the last time I tried to wear shorts, people thought I was riding a chicken. So I had to quit that. I got them little old bird legs. They ain't seen the sun in so many years. If I pulled my pant leg up, the glare from the sun would probably blind you. I got that old farmer's tan. Just what sticks out gets tan. The rest of it, the rest of it's so white. It looks like an albino. It's so white. It never sees the sun. I'm not exactly proud of my body, so I don't show it off, and I don't think anybody wants to see it, so I don't let it all hang out, you know. Never been that kind of person either. I like to keep it covered up. It makes me feel better anyway. Lucky legs. I don't know about lucky legs. I got like bird legs for sure. You know, look like I'm riding a chicken if I wear shorts, for sure. All right, Claiborne, thanks for sticking in and riding for a little while. You have a good night, sir. Always appreciate that you come in and say hi, for damn sure. I love having you around. I appreciate you, sir. You have a good night. Guys, that's another channel worth checking out, is Claiborne County Transparency. Go give it a check out. If you like it, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, and share it with people that you know and see if they like it too. No, Fubar Chili never showed up. He's a coward. He's not going to show up. I've given him every opportunity. And here in a little while, if I see Roseanne pop in, we'll go over and cross that bridge and make sure he ain't over there waiting on me tonight too. I do it every night just to make sure he ain't there. You know, I won't leave him standing in the rain very long. You know, if I find out he's over there, I leave right now and go over there. But you know, I do go over occasionally just to make sure he ain't waiting on me. I wouldn't keep him waiting. You know. Jane says she's more awesome than me, and she's worried about deflating my head, guys. Look at that. Sounds like hers might be swelling up just a little bit out there. Just saying. You better be glad I love you, Jane. Colin said, Terry, lucky legs means you were lucky. They don't break off and go up your backside, right? Yeah, well, then I do have lucky legs. So far, they're still attached where they should be. You're right, Orange Cones. He is a pussy. He is a big old pussy for sure. Like a big, giant, weeping mangina from one end to the other. Absolutely. Commentator, auditor, Kimmy Dawn. How you two doing tonight? Glad y'all checked in with us. So happy to see you guys. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Keeps it interesting. What did you say? See, I can't see it when I'm driving and it's bouncing so much. Says, yeah, I'm not 4'2" and 50 pounds soaking wet. Well, neither am I. I'm 5'4" smart ass and 150 pound, and I don't have to be wet. Not that that makes me huge, but that's all there is to me for sure. All righty, Lisa, if you're going into a restaurant, eat me something good, would you? Tell me how great you enjoyed it when you come out, and I'll feel like I ate too. Enjoy your meal. Hey, there's Dark Watch. How you doing tonight, Dark Watch? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. Always good to see you out there. I'm doing great, commentator, auditor. I'm always good. I'm too boring not to be. My life's usually pretty uneventful from one day to the next. It's kind of always the same thing. So, yeah, I never get into anything to have a bad day for sure. Not for the most part, anyway. And a lot of times, what most people would consider a bad day, at the end of my bad days, they're usually still okay. You know, I managed to get through it and realize that it wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been. And I always start learning how to be thankful and grateful that it was better than it could have turned out. Now, of course, I don't always hold that attitude. I got my bad days like everybody else. Don't think I don't. You know, but for the most part, I always try to remember that no matter how bad I got it, somebody out there has it worse. And that's just a fact, you know. Hey, there's Vegas Valley Community Watch again. How you doing tonight, Vegas Valley? Remember that, Jane. Remember, I know where you live, sweetheart. We're working on it, Vegas Valley, working on it. It's not like these streets down here get all that dangerous to start with, so it's not like we have a lot of work to do to keep it that way. They're safe because most of the people here are generally good fucking people. That's all there is to it. We live down here in hillbilly country where most people still have a little bit of respect for their fellow man. I know it's not that way across our nation, unfortunately. I wish it was. But here in this tiny town, because we're so small, we've never really lost touch with who we are and where we're from. So, you know, most of the time it is pretty safe here. Not because we keep it that way, but because it just genuinely is. Most of the time. We have some crap too, of course. Everybody does, but not nearly like others. I guess you do, Jane. I guess you do. Since we live beside each other, it's kind of hard not to know where each other lives, ain't it? You gotta love that. Yeah, commentator, we definitely have some areas that could use some resurfacing. They're supposed to be having, I don't know if it's a state or a federal grant that's coming in sometime, either, I guess it'll be next year now. It's already kind of late, long in the tooth for this year, but it's supposed to be coming in next year. I think they said for up to 500 blocks that they'll be able to repave. I don't know how many damn blocks there are in here. I've never counted them, but that should get a little bit of it done anyway, if not the whole thing. So hopefully that'll get them started, and it won't be all they do for the next 100 years and let it fall apart again. Hopefully they'll continue that and fix up everything else that's left, and then maintain it and keep it that way, rather than letting it turn into the shit that it has become. Or at least that's my hope. We'll see how all that works out. And if they don't, then I guess we'll just keep replacing ball joints and struts and, you know, all that shit as we go, because we ain't got no choice. Somebody's got to do it. You're right, Ida. You do know where we both live. We know where you're at too, though. Don't forget. Don't forget. We know right where to find you as well. couple of my sisters out there in the chat. Of course they know where I live. You're right, Ida. In a house on a hill. That's me. I'm just a hillbilly on a muddy hillside. That's why I tell everybody that. See, I ain't lying. Ida can tell you that's true, and so can Jane. I am just a little old goofy hillbilly that lives on a muddy hillside. That's it. That's all there is to me. No more, no less. I'm just that guy. You're right, Colin. We don't know where you live because where you live was supposed to be a hoax. We can't figure out where you're at. I'll tell you what, Witch, if you were close by, if you needed something, I'd damn sure be there. And if I could, no matter where you at, I'll be there. But I can't, I can't travel too far. Generally, I don't have the opportunity. But if I was able and I could get to you to help you, I absolutely would. Hey, there's Beth Rist. How you doing tonight, Beth? Good to see you, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. So far, everything seems pretty quiet and calm out here. Don't seem to be much going on. Just a Friday night. Not quite as much traffic as I expected, but I'd say a lot of them are probably watching the game. A lot of them are probably with the team. I noticed there were a few buses that pulled out behind the school bus. They had a few chartered buses too, so obviously those were full to have so many. So I'd say a good portion of the town is wherever the football team is there in Canton. Watching, getting ready for the game and everything. I think they play tonight, actually, if I'm not mistaken. You're right, commentator. I don't live in a van like Chili. I do actually have a house. It's not a mansion or anything. It's just a shack in the woods on a muddy hillside. Have you heard people say they'd live in a shack in the woods with the right person? Well, me and Della do that. We actually do live in a shack in the woods. Hey, there's Roseanne Mossman. How you doing tonight, Roseanne? I was just talking about you a few minutes ago, waiting on you to get here so we can go driving across the bridge and make sure Chili ain't watching out for us over there. So we'll have to go do that now that you're here. You were the one I was waiting on, sweetheart. Glad to see you. Thanks for coming in. Archangel for Truth, how you doing tonight, sir? Always happy and honored to see you jump in the chat and say hello. Hope you're having a great night too, sir. Brent said they lost. They just arrived back home. I'm not sure who you're talking about. You talking about the football team here? If so, then I missed them coming back in. Not that we have to see it. I thought they played sometime tonight. If they played earlier, then I missed it. I appreciate it, Archangel. It's always good to see you, sir. Always happy that you come in to say hello to the chat and to me. I know you're not everybody's favorite person out there, but we don't care, do we? We like you anyway. Got a lot of people in this chat that some people don't care for, but that's okay. Hopefully, by the time this is all over, we'll all know each other better and be able to be a little bit more civil to one another, I hope. You're right, commentator, and that's exactly how my home is. It's one of the safest in the nation. I promise you, I couldn't be more comfortable anywhere else. You're right, Terry. That guy is a piece of shit coward. That is a fact. And I assume you're talking about Tina. And at some point, Tina will probably jump in the chat. If you see Tina Slay out there, that is that lady. She usually enters the chat at some point. So if you see her, say hello to her. Let her know you watched that video. You say Ironton played at 10:30 this morning, huh? Well, I thought it was supposed to be this evening. I guess that's what I get for not knowing no better. Hey, there's Peter. How you doing tonight, Peter? Good to see you out there, sir. Glad you jumped in and said hello. No, it's actually not that cold right now. Not nearly as cold as it's going to get this year. And for the night, it's not really all that chill. I mean, it's a little, it's not warm, but it's definitely not that cold. Thank goodness. I'm not complaining. Just an observation, of course. Yeah, Terry, my heart went out to her too. If you watch the video, you know. Every time she starts telling that story and her eyes tear up, I just want to grab her and hug her. I don't know why I have that reaction, but I do every time. It really destroys my heart to see that kind of pain in a mother's eyes, and to know that son of a bitch came along and did what he did to her, So here we are. We're going to cross the bridge, and we'll make sure Chili ain't over here waiting. Something tells me he's too much of a puss to be here, but, we'll come over and check it out anyway, since he was man enough to call me out and tell me to meet him at the Kentucky border one day. And then, I made a video showing him that I was coming over here. And right after I make that video, he makes another one the next day and telling me all the reasons he won't. What a puss. Archangel says, aren't I supposed to be making toys with Santa? No, Archangel, unfortunately, I'm not an elf. I'm just short with pointy ears. But I'm not actually an elf. I just look the part. Terry Barnes said, I'm in their state now. Well, I'm in Kentucky, so if that's where you're at, absolutely. I'm just crossed the bridge from Ironton into Russell. Or at least I assume this little part right here is considered Russell. I know right here to the right of the bridge, down over the hill there, is Russell proper. I'm not sure where all the little lines come to. You go through Russell, you got like Russell and Worthington and Wirtland and Raceland, and they're all just little burgs all kind of jammed in there together like a puzzle. So if you don't know exactly where one ends and the other one begins, hell, you'll be in 2 or 3 before you even realized you went through one of them. So you're right, commentator auditor. It's funny because he's issued many, many challenges to many, many people. And any of those people who accepted his challenge, he's run from and went and challenged somebody else every time. That is sure what he does. He likes to issue those challenges, I think, because he's thinking that people won't accept it. He must think we're afraid of him or something. And when he finds out we're not, then he runs the other way and issues a different challenge to a different person. So, it was all for show, and it backfired on him. He doesn't make a good show. Bless his heart. He's not able to. He's definitely not brave, and his actions and his words betray him and prove that. So it's not because I said so. It's just because he is. You know what I mean? Just because he is. Alrighty, guys, we'll get over here and get back across the bridge now. Since Chili ain't over here waiting on me, I guess there won't be no me smacking him tonight. He'll have to wait till another day. Oh, thanks, Archangel. That's nice of you to say. I appreciate that. I really do. I damn sure ain't got no gold, but I guess maybe I do have a little heart. I sure do appreciate it. Thank you. Fubar says he lost his channel due to threats. He got it back, though, didn't he? Ain't it back up and running? I think somebody said he was doing lives on there now. I mean, not necessarily right this minute, but I mean now as in currently. I'm pretty sure they opened it back up for him. Unless they shut it down again because he screwed up already, which I figure it won't take long. Alrighty, back into Ohio. As y'all see the sign coming up there above us, it says Ohio, find it here. And as I always say, I don't know what the hell you're looking for, but apparently you'll find it here. And I know if you come looking for me, this is exactly where you'll find me, because I am damn sure here. So if you're ever looking for me, I'm not hard to find. I've already doxed myself in the beginning, which is why Chili didn't get to have no fun doing it, because everybody already knows everything there is to know about me. You know, I put it all out there in the beginning. That way I didn't have to be afraid anybody finding out, you know. Too Tall Rob Live, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, Too Tall. You know, the funny part is y'all call that purple. That's supposed to be blue, believe it or not. I always thought it looked a little purple too, but it's supposed to be blue. Just not quite the right color to look blue, is it? I'm glad to know that I'm not just funny, because I wondered if it was just me. Everybody said those are blue lights, and I always thought they looked kind of purple too. Oh, thank you, commentator. Always happy to be back in the Buckeye State. I've lived in the Buckeye State my whole life. I wouldn't know where else to live. I've always been a Buckeye. Ooh, I hear the fire truck siren. They're taking off to something. I hope somebody's okay. I can tell because of the kind of siren it is. Nothing else in town has that big loud siren like that. That's definitely a fire truck. And when they get activated, it's usually not good. Usually not good for somebody. So I'm hoping that whoever they're going out to see has a much better night than it sounds like from those. There they go, from those lights and sirens. I hope nobody's shit burns down, and I hope they're doing okay. Hey, there's Dick and Cider. How you doing tonight, Dick and Cider? Good to see you out there. Thanks for stopping by. Got two of my favorite names out there in the chat, Loose Cunt and Dick and Cider. Love those names, by the way. Always good to see y'all out there. It makes me smile every time I get to say the names. Hey guys, I don't know if any of y'all out there can hear the call outs. Do you know for sure if that's a fire or not? The only reason I ask is if it's somebody's house is on fire and it's actively burning, since I got some like sweatshirts and shit in the back, it might be prudent to see if they need one to stay warm tonight. Hopefully their shit didn't get burned up in the house. So if y'all hear any of that out there, please let me know. 65 CJ says Chili is claiming to be a change man now, says he's going to talk nice to cops now. Well, we'll see about that. I don't know why he'd care one way or another. According to him, he hates cops. That's what he's always said, ain't it? Talks about how bad he hates them. Guys, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm here at the gas station. As you see, there's your favorite billboard. I'm going to run in here and use the restroom real quick, and I will be right back out. And if anybody's listening to that call out and knows where that, if that is a house fire, please let me know. I'll run down there and if there's people that ain't got no clothes outside or couldn't get their shit because it's burning, I'd sure like to drop them off a shirt or something so they have something to stay warm. So if you see that, please let me know. No, Roseanne, I've not been in there yet tonight. I'll do that here in a little bit. I'm up at the other store right now. I'm going to run and use the restroom, and I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a minute. back with you guys. Sorry about that. No, Roseanne, I drove around there a few times, but I hadn't been inside the store yet. Troy doesn't come in till 11, and I believe Nelia's working. I think that's her vehicle that I seen there. But we'll go down and check on her, I guess. Since there ain't much else happening in the town here, we'll go ahead and run down to that one and make sure she's doing all right for the night. I'm assuming she is, but I guess we won't know till we go check on her, will we? That's funny, Orange Cones, because that's what I was telling my wife was going to have to change the name to like Bean with Tomato and Hamburger Soup or something. Uh-oh, I see some lights up there. Let me get to going that direction here. Let's see what we got. Seen them as I drove by there, and that's a one-way coming this way, so I have to go up this way to come back to it. So that's the only thing about Ironton. There's too many damn one-way streets. So let me get up here and get around the block and see where they're at up here. There they are. We got them right here, as they say. Right here. We'll drop the guys here just a second. Get the door open here. All right, guys, here we go. Let's go see what's up. Looks like we got a sheriff's cruiser. Sheriff must have made the stop. I don't know his name. We've got a few of them here, as you see. Quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles here.
What is it, old bud? What is it, old bud?
And let's see, I see Patrolman Blankenship, the bearded Blankenship. And the other feller, I think, is the new patrolman that we have, and I honestly can't remember his name right off. I'll have to ask again.
Thank you, old bud.
It's starting to rain out here, so with any luck, we won't get too wet. It looks like we got the squad showing up is what's happening. Let me get down here and get the hell out of the way so they can do their job when they get here. I don't want to be in the way. when these guys are called, that usually means there's some shit going on. So I want to get out of their way and make sure they can do their job. Definitely don't want to be in the way. Obviously, we have no idea what's happening at the moment. If somebody's needing medical attention, we don't want to put that on the camera anyway. Yes, Roseanne, you're correct. It absolutely will freeze, and I will try my best to be absolutely careful. And another one of our deputies there, guys. I'm sorry I don't know the deputies, or I'd tell you their names. I only know a couple of them. And those couple aren't here.
What's up, bud?
Having a medical issue, or
I think so.
because I don't want to.
We're going to check him out, make sure he's okay.
All right, I don't want to video that. That's why I moved back here and stay the hell out of their way. Stand back here and film the pretty flashing lights.
What is it?
I said I'll stand back here and film the pretty flashing lights. I guess. And is that Jordan?
Yes, sir.
Patrolman Jordan?
Yeah.
How you doing tonight?
Second week. I love it, man.
Did I just see you down under the bridge the other day? Were you there?
Monday?
Okay, I thought so. Yeah.
That day was insane.
There you go, guys. That's his name, Jordan. I couldn't remember. I apologize. And is it just patrolman, or is there a rank?
Well, patrolman or whatever you want to call me.
Well, I didn't know if there was a rank like sergeant or, you know.
No, I don't think they're going to give me that.
Well, you never know. I've seen them give it to others. I've seen it happen.
I want to stay patrolman, man. I don't worry about myself. Keeps me out of trouble.
Right.
You doing all right, though?
Oh, yeah. I'm good for nothing, but guaranteed good for it, you know.
Right.
We all can't be rich and powerful. Some of us are just short, furry, and funny, man. No, KDD, that isn't Allison. That is Patrolman Jordan. He's the newest on the force. I didn't even know he was new, but apparently he's a couple weeks old now. So he's our newest one. Seems like a pretty young feller, too. Of course, this is a young man's game. You know, if you're going to be a police officer, it's kind of like being in the military, you know, usually a young man's game. Hello, Dark Watch. Everything here is great, sir. Always good here. I got the EMS on the scene, and that's the reason I'm kind of hanging back, because they're up there working on treatment and questioning, and that's not something you guys know. I don't film that stuff. I don't video that. I'm just here on scene making sure everything's good. So I can see up there. I'm just trying to keep the camera off of that. But Dark Watch, other than that, everything's great here tonight. I hope you're doing all right out there where you're at, too. So I hope everybody's having a good Friday out there. I think most of you said you were. Hopefully everybody else is. No, Archangel for Truth. Honestly, I forgot to ask. I'll have to remember that. He's going to be back down there where he camps out here in a little while. I spoke to him earlier, and I'm going to go back down and see him when he gets back down there. Said he's going uptown to meet a girl, is what he said, to meet a woman. And I'll let him do that, and I'll see him when he comes back to what he considers home for the moment. And we'll talk to him there and see what's up, see what's new in his life. Hopefully, maybe even have a girlfriend. Hell, I don't know. But if I can remember, I sure will ask him about the banjo. I don't know, Angie. I don't know if he's doing a Freedom Friday or not. I hadn't heard anything. I'm assuming that he hasn't. He usually sends me a link when he has one planned, and I didn't get a link, so I'm assuming he's not. JP said the Jordan fella probably hit him for not using a blanket. Well, that's possible, but I actually, the sheriff's vehicle there, if you can see it, it's the canine sheriff. Again, I don't know the name, but somebody said it was, shit, I can't even remember now. I'm doing great. How y'all doing tonight?
Well, pretty good right now. It's early.
Are they bringing somebody around here? If so, I want to make sure I go.
No,
okay,
no,
I don't.
He's already in the squad.
Those are the kinds of things I don't put on my camera.
He's we've dealt with him a lot. He's lost from Chesapeake.
Okay. Well, I'm glad y'all are making sure you get taken care of. Then I appreciate it.
This is the third time we've had to search for him. So he's got dementia.
Oh, that's not good.
No,
all right, guys. So
that's what we're here for, though.
Hey, we appreciate it. Thank you for keeping him safe. There you go, guys. A guy with dementia. They said this is the third time they've actually had to go out and look for him. So they're, they found him. They're keeping him safe. So it's not exactly a traffic stop, although it is. They just stopped him to get him some help and get him on the EMS. And apparently he's going to get treated. And I'll tell you what, guys, I think the best thing to do is to get the hell out of here and let them treat him. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So, deputies and patrolmen, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here and leave this medical alone. Y'all have a good night. Appreciate you. All right, guys. Just those kinds of things that we don't, I try not to put on the camera on this channel. I don't like to film people's medical problems. And as you heard, it's a gentleman who has dementia out of Chesapeake, which is quite a few miles up the road. Not too far, maybe another 10 or 15 up the road there. And again, that's just not something I want on my video or on my channel. So for the moment, he's safe. The deputies are taking good care of him, and the EMS is here, and they'll take good care of him. So we're going to get out of here and let them all do their job, and we'll wait for that next set of cherries and berries, that next traffic pullover. So, and as you've seen, the interaction was good between me and them. It usually is. They don't usually have any bad words for me that I know of. If they do, they talk about me behind my back. They sure don't tell me up front. So I'm going to get out of here and let them do their jobs and get the camera out of here for sure, because, it's not something I want on my camera, like I said. I don't like to film people's medical issues. I'm not out here to do that. That's not my goal. And so I'm going to get out and let them do it. So now I head back down. I started to go down to the Ritz station down here to see Nelia for the evening and make sure she's doing all right. So we'll go do that and let them do their thing. The deputies there, they're all pulling out behind me now. I see them on the review mirror. They're all leaving too. So I guess they're going to leave the EMS there to take care of that. They pulled his car over to the side and parked it, and they're going to let him go back to the hospital. There goes one right there. See, they're already leaving the scene and taking off. So there they are. They're doing their thing. We're going to let them. So we'll go down and check on Nelia and make sure she's doing all right for the night. Yeah, JP, I heard the same thing, but they've already left the scene now, so they left the same time I did. They were all pulling out. As you've seen, they just crossed the camera there anyway, so that's strictly medical now. You're right, Dark Watch. I do like to have some video and footage of them doing the right thing, because, sometimes they do. Sometimes those guys, some of these guys have saved lives in here, believe it or not. Some of them do really good stuff, and I like to try to catch that when I can. I just want to make sure I don't get, I don't catch those medical issues. I don't want to put people in a position where they have to feel embarrassed or anything over my channel. I don't want that. I hope you guys understand what I mean. You know, I'm not looking to hurt the people at all. I'm out here for them, not against them, for sure. So, all right, guys, I'm down here at the RIT station. I'm going to step inside here and make sure everything's good. If it is, I'll be right back. It'll take me just a couple minutes, and we'll be right back at it. So give me just a second, guys. Oh, sorry about leaving y'all alone. So, guys, I know I always say I'll be right back, but of course, I run into another gentleman in there who was asking me about a recent suicide and if I'd heard about it, and which I had. Been a couple of them around and in the local area here and in town. Even the Ironton Tribune, the paper, hadn't reported on. I don't know why, and that's what he was questioning me about, hoping that I had some answers, which I don't. You know, they report on what they do and don't on what they don't, and I don't know why some get reported and others don't. I don't know how that works. So. That's a pretty one, ain't he?
How does a man like that get laid?
Well, Budweiser, it's been helping strange and ugly people get laid for hundreds of years, man. That's exactly how it works. Yeah, you know, you're only ugly till they're in at about 6 or 12, and then everybody's pretty. You've heard the old saying, "I've never been to bed with an ugly woman, though I might have woke up with a couple." You know.
But you got to figure too, this is honored, and actually you're giving too much credit. Natty Light.
Okay, well, yeah, they can't afford Bud Light here. It's Natty Light. Well, yeah, what was I thinking? Nothing like a Natty Daddy to get you in the mood. It's the best aphrodisiac in Ironton. Have a good one now. Sorry about that, guys. People love to talk to me. I apologize, guys. I have a real hard time being rude and just walking away, even sometimes when I should. So it's difficult for me. I like to give people their time to say what they have to say. Darkwood said we weren't alone. We have Della. Well, thank God y'all had Della and each other to keep you busy for a minute. I apologize, guys. It's hard for me to be everywhere at the same time since they won't let me take my camera with me in there in the morning. I went in and checked on Nelia. She's doing great. She's having a good night. Ain't nothing going on. Just a normal work night. And Troy will be in sometime around 10 or 11 like he normally is, and we'll check in with him sometime tonight too. And you guys know I'm always driving around, so I always keep an eye out for him, make sure everything's good to go. And Natasha, you have a good evening now. Get that phone charged up and make sure you drop in tomorrow. We'll be back out again tomorrow doing the same thing. So you might be right, commentator. It's not that there's not enough beer, but there's only so much one person can drink anyway. Chili's not a 6 or a 12 pack. Chili's more like a keg or two. You know, you need to consume at least a keg to make him pretty. Bill Wayne 87, good evening to you too. I hope you're having a great Friday night. Got some raindrops down here, but it ain't too bad. It sprinkles for a little bit, quits, sprinkles and quits. It's like Mother Nature's going senile and don't quite know what she's doing, you know. Can't make up her mind if she wants to really rain or not, so I guess we'll just have to suffer through it the best we can. And I'm sorry it makes for a shitty windshield, guys. It does look a lot worse on that camera than it does in real life. I can see through it fine, but that camera is focused right on the raindrops and not through the windshield, so unfortunately it can't see what I can see. Now, how are you tonight, Bill? I hope you're having a good Friday night. If not, maybe there's something we can do to make it better. I don't know what it'll be, but we'll try anyway. Come out and see me. I do a cartwheel or something. I don't know if that's worth watching a 50-year-old man do a cartwheel or not, but a couple of years back, my nieces were wanting to be cheerleaders, and they were talking about learning how to do cartwheels, and they thought it was just cool as shit that Uncle Bub could do a cartwheel. they didn't think I could do it because I was an old man, they thought, you know. They found out that, you know, age doesn't, you know, 50 years old ain't stopping me from doing cartwheels anyway. Yeah, Ville, so far it's pretty peaceful down in here where we're at for sure. I hope it stays that way. I like it when it's that way. Yeah, Roseanne, sadly, suicides do increase around the holiday season, and we've had a few the last few months here, you know. Had somebody that was suicide by train, and I don't know how everybody else did it. It really doesn't matter. You know, the method is not as important to me as the actual fact, the actual act. I hate that so much, that someone is so much at the end of their rope that they feel like they have no other way out other than death. That sucks so bad. It breaks my heart to know that that happens to people. But, you know, unfortunately, guys, we can't save everybody even if we want to. No matter how much we try, you know, we can't save everybody. It'd be unrealistic to think that we could. But that doesn't mean we can't help as many as we can, and we will. I'll try not to hurt myself, Phil. Um, I usually don't, but occasionally, you know, occasionally it does happen. Hey, there's good old boy. How you doing tonight, good old boy? Good to see you. Miss Mandy's in the house, too. Hello, Miss Mandy. I hope you two are having a good night. What is it you say there? Let me pull over here so I can read that there. Good old boy. Says, where did it go? Says, hey, Terry, I want to say what a stand-up guy Chad is. I'm not going into the details. Well, you don't need to go into the details because so far I see him as a pretty stand-up guy too. You know, if there's something out there that proves that he's not, I have yet to find it. So just know that for the moment, I believe him to be one of the good ones. I don't always know who the bad ones are, but I think I have found a good one in the captain. It's always my hope anyway, because he seems like it, near as I can tell. All right, Della, go get that phone charged. Hey, Della, if you think about it, you should be able to take your charger block off the wall where it's at, plug it into the extension cord there beside the couch that you usually use for your heating pad, and you should be able to use your phone while it's charging. Just saying. If you'd want to, I'll leave that up to you. Just a little tip or trick there for you if you decide to do that. Just a way to charge it where you're sitting there. Yeah, orange cones. I guess I do know one bad one. Chili. I was talking more of cops. Chili sure ain't no cop. He might have been a wannabe cop at one point. It seems like he's got an axe to grind, like he couldn't make it through the academy or something. Maybe it was his knee pressure. Maybe that's what kept him from being able to be a cop. I don't know. We'll have to ask Irish Demon that one. See if his knee pressure kept him from being a cop or not. If you think about it, hit Irish Demon up and ask him about that one. I'm sure he'd like that one. Hopefully Irish Demon's doing good. I've not had a chance to be on his channel in a while. He's usually streaming while I am, and when he's not streaming when I am, I'm busy otherwise, and I haven't been able to be on his channel for a couple of weeks now, and it sucks because I like the Demon, and I hope he's doing all right over there. I'm assuming he's still streaming fine with no problems. I assume if something got that bad, I'd hear about it. Terry says my daughter lives across the river in Flatwoods. Oh, there you go. Flatwoods is just a hop, I can damn near throw a rock from here. Ain't too awful far. Danny Sharp, how you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you out there. Thanks for saying hello. Appreciate it, Danny. Always good to see you, sir. Colin said Irish was on this morning. Good deal. Hopefully he's doing good over there. You know, I tell you what, meeting that guy was absolutely phenomenal. I loved meeting him and talking with him and hanging out with him. He's a pretty cool guy, guys. Just seems like an Irish hillbilly. You know, we got along really, really well. I like the guy. How are you tonight, Miss Mandy? I hope your world's doing okay too. I try to check into your lives when I see you. You're usually on a little bit earlier in the day, which allows me to catch a few more of yours than I do of a lot of the other streamers. So I always try to jump in the chat and say hello, let y'all know I'm there. I can't always stay very long because I'm a busy guy, but I always try to jump in, make sure I hit that like button, say hi, and let everybody know I'm there to support you. think that's one of the things that we as a YouTube community can do for each other, is just to make sure we always shout each other out and say hi, you know, let everybody know that we do support each other, that we do have each other's backs, that we are a community and we do care about one another. He has much better internet now, so he seems to be a happy camper. Good deal. I'm glad to hear it. I am absolutely glad to hear it. I assume you're talking about the demon. If you're talking about Chili, I guess I'm happy about that too. You know, nothing like an unhappy Chili. He tends to run his mouth too much when he's unhappy. So if he can stay happy, maybe he'll quit picking on people for a while, go back to being silly about constitutional law or something. You know, and quit being a child and trying to dox and be silly. But if you're talking about the demon, I'm sure I'm happy that he's doing all right. Like I said, he's a hell of a guy, guys. I know most of you out there probably ain't met the guy, you know, because he's clear across the ocean. But I tell you what, I have met him. I've sat down with him and ate with him. He is a hell of a guy. I really like Irish Neil. Now I tell you who I wish I could meet is Team Skeptic. I'd love to sit down and talk with him for a while. I think that would be cool as hell. He reminds me a lot of me, actually. Pretty small guy from what I understand, and yet still pretty scrappy. And for the most part, I like his attitude. He makes me laugh. Seemed like he'd be a fun guy to hang out with, I think. I'd sure like to try it sometime. Maybe we'll get that opportunity someday, but I'd sure like to meet him. Of course, it'd be fun to meet Kate, too. Obviously, I've never met her either, you know. She seemed like a pretty cool cat to meet as well. There's a lot of those streamers out there I'd love to meet. Miss Mandy, I know I'd love to see her face to face. She seems like a pretty awesome lady too. Which is another channel, by the way, guys, while I'm thinking about it. If somebody has a link to her channel, please throw it up in the chat so everybody knows where to find her if they don't. If you haven't checked out Miss Mandy 777's channel yet, go check it out. If you like it, make sure you hit that like button, let her know you're there, and subscribe, and make sure you tell everybody you know. You know, let them have an opportunity to see if they like her stuff too. Peter said he was indeed talking about the demon. Good deal. I thought you were. I got to admit, guys, the demon's one of my favorites. Him and Team Skeptic. Those are two of my all-time, you know, as far as the big channel streamers go. You know, there's a lot of us little ones out there, you know, like mine and Miss Mandy's, you know, and a lot of us little guys that you know, we don't get those huge audiences and big views. But it doesn't mean that like she doesn't have good content, because she does. I'll tell you what, I get on there sometimes, she'll have me giggling something terrible with some of the stuff she puts on there. You know, I'll leave you all to decide if you like the content or not. Just know that I do. I'm subscribed. I watch. Well, I watch when I can. I don't have a chance to watch everything, obviously. Yeah, it's hard. You know how many hours there are of streaming on YouTube? Oh my goodness. You guys know that I usually run anywhere from 3 to 6 hours, sometimes 8 or 9 out here. You know, to set through an 8 or 9 hour stream and then go watch somebody else's for 3 to 5 hours, and then to go watch somebody for 45 minutes. That's a lot of hours in a day, and I just don't have that kind of time to devote to watching videos. So I try to skip around, you know, and check out a little bit here and there, and you know, make sure everybody knows that I was there. Make sure I leave a comment to let them know I came in. And sometimes I don't make it around to everybody's channel. You know, a lot of smaller channels. There's Zerzu Zyklin, he's got a channel. There's Debos Nation. I mean, there's so many of them. There's no way I could just sit here and recall them all off the top of my head. You know, and this community that I'm part of, there's so many streamers, and I'm so happy to know them all. It's absolutely awesome for me. I love it. It's an amazing community that we are building here for sure. And I'm glad to be a part of it, glad to know some of these people. Slowly becoming some of my most favorite people in the world, guys. And especially you all out there in the chat, my subscribers and members, you know, my mods, y'all are absolutely awesome, and I love each and every one of them. I'm so happy that you stick with me. Yeah, don't here. I was talking to Commentator and didn't even mention his channel. Commentator, if you got your link, throw it in out there. Commentator Auditor is another one. You know, we all got these little small channels, and a lot of people just don't know they're out there yet. So make sure that if you go and you find you like their content, make sure you tell everybody. You know, share it, spread it around. Let your friends and family know. Hey, check this channel out. You know, we'll get a bigger, better community built that way. You know, word of mouth's the best advertisement anyway. So make sure you share it around, guys. Terry says you're one cool cat, Terry. Well, I appreciate that, Terry. I try to be. I really do. I'm just a guy, you know. I'm just a hillbilly from Southern Ohio, and what you guys see is what you get. I ain't no more or no less, and I'm unable to pretend to be anything else. Every time I've tried, I've fallen flat on my face in life. I promise you. Ask those that know me; they'll tell you. I've done it more than once. Now that I'm out here just being me, it seems to be working. You know, I don't have to worry about falling on my face, because if I do, then it's just a stupid mistake and I can get back up and go on. You know, I don't have to be embarrassed by it. I'm not embarrassed by failure, for sure, because, you know, enough failures in your life teach you something. You know, you learn what not to do and how to do things better. That's what failing's all about. It's not a bad thing to fail. It's only a bad thing not to try. Terry, if you like them and ask if we can sub to help them out, then I go, look, yeah, absolutely. Go check it out. You know, I mean, you may not like everything out there. That's fine. You don't have to. You know, if you don't want to subscribe to their channel, I'm not telling you that you have to. I'm just asking you to go watch their content, and then you make the decision as to whether or not it's something you want to subscribe to and be part of. You know, you never know, man. You might find a really good friend out there. You know, I sure found quite a few that way. There's quite a few people out there that I have nothing but love and respect for now. You know, I've mentioned a few of them tonight. You know, there's Commentator Auditor and Miss Mandy. You talk about two great people. There's two of them right there. You know, just I think they're pretty awesome people. You know, then you got the big people like Skeptic and Demon and Kate. You know, and all these big channels out there. But it's hard to really be one-on-one when you're one of them. They have so many people in the chat, they can't do what I do. They can't sit and talk to the chat as much because the messages fly by so bad, it's so hard you can't even read them. You know, there's just too many people for them to keep up with. And for now, my channel's pretty small, and I like it because I get the opportunity to do that. That's my favorite part of this whole thing, is being able to interact with the chat. You know, when it gets too big for me to handle, I don't know what I'm going to do to do content, because I enjoy being with you guys too much. You know, I'm going to hate it if I ever get so big that it makes it hard to see y'all and talk with everybody. I guess I'll just have to learn how to read and talk faster, I suppose, because that's my favorite part of the whole thing, you know. You're right, Dark Watch. He did miss that memo, didn't he? Well, Chili's not smart enough to learn from screwing up. You know, he's one of those idiots that don't know how to come back from a mistake and say. And his biggest problem is his pride is in the way. You know, pride goeth before the fall. And Chili's not smart enough to go, hey guys, I am sorry, I screwed up, I apologize, I won't do that anymore. You know, if he'd just learn how to do that, it'd all be good. But, you know, his pride and his ego keeps him from being able to do that. So, you know, if you find in your life you're having that problem, check your pride and ego. You know, get rid of that shit, because it don't help. It doesn't make you a good person. It only makes things worse. So, oh, Roseanne, I don't think you missed a single thing. Ain't been nothing happened. So, I haven't even said anything funny, I don't think, in the last bit. So, you didn't miss a doggone thing, unfortunately. Yeah, like Orange Cone says, CNL, Chili never learns. You know, it's not that he couldn't. You know, it's just that pride and ego. He talks about the pride and ego of the police officers, and he's the one that's got the huge pride and ego. And it sucks, too, because, like, he really could have been something. You know, he really could have been a great guy. I seen the potential in him. That's why I was you know, why I kind of gravitated to him in the beginning. I saw that potential, and I thought that he knew his potential, and I thought that that's where he was headed. Of course, you know, the rest is history. Y'all know what happened with that. You know, you found out that I found out that he's full of it, and that was the end of that. You know, I don't put my hat in the ring with such nonsense, but and I'm sorry to you all that I did. I'm embarrassed that it happened. You know, I don't get embarrassed over much, but that's one thing right there that does embarrass me some, to, you know, for people to know that I was ever tried to befriend him, you know, because it shouldn't have happened for sure. Hey, dim your lights, man. Jeez, driving around your freaking bright lights on in the middle of town, you freaking idiots. There's too many of you idiots out there. Hey guys, if you're listening to me and you're in the city, turn your damn bright lights out. You don't fucking need them on the streets. There's plenty of damn light out here. You don't need that. All that does is blind oncoming drivers and make it hard for them to see. That's bad. You don't want to do that. Hey, there's Banjo out there. Says, what's up, Terry? You can cruise up and down 2nd Street too. Yes, I can. I'll be back down that way here in a few minutes, there, Banjo. For sure. I'm kind of all over the place here and there, so I'll be back down that way here shortly. Come on. All right, fine. I'll go. I don't mind. I'll go first. All righty, there we go. Under the pavilion. You talking about the farmer's market down there, sir? Is that where you're talking about? Everybody out there in the chat, I think y'all know who Banjo is. He's out there in the chat. Say hello to Banjo. Yeah, I know, Dark Watch. I'm sorry that it happens out like that. I wish it wasn't like that. You know, I wish there was some way that we could quell that. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to do or what to say. You know, you guys know that I think an awful lot of Sovereign. He's been a good friend to me, and you know, I've never personally been treated that way by him, and I'm sorry that some of you get that. I wish there was something I could do, but know that that's not me, and I didn't do it, and I don't know what to do about that. I really don't. I wish it wasn't that way. You know, he gets frustrated like everybody else, I suppose, and I'm not trying to make excuses for him at all. I'm just, you know, I just don't quite know what to say about it. You know, I wish there was something that I could do to make him feel better and to make everybody else feel better about it. But unfortunately, even I'm not able to talk my way in and out of everything. You know, sometimes it just don't work out. And I'd say probably the best thing is, if y'all are offended by him, learn how to ignore him the best you can. Excuse me, the best you can, because it's going to do nothing but cause you problems, and I don't want that. Hey, Banjo, I had somebody ask me a while ago if you actually did or did not ever play the banjo, since that's what they call you, and I keep forgetting to ask you when I see you face to face, so I'll ask you right now while I'm on my way down that way. Do you indeed, or have you ever played the banjo? I know Archangel for Truth thought maybe that's why they call you Banjo, because you played the banjo. Well, good, Dark Watch. I'm glad you weren't offended, but I think there were a couple others in the chat who were. I know I can name one right off the top of my head who felt very insulted by some of the things that he had said. And although personally I didn't feel it was all that insulting, I understand it's just his point of view. I know one particular person who felt very insulted by some of the things that he said, and that sucks so bad. I hate that. I just don't know what to do about it, you know? Well, I tell you what, Peter, if he loses supporters, that's going to be up to him. It's not like I can bring them back. You know what I mean? I'm going to leave that between him and his supporters. You know, that's not my fight to have, honestly. You know, this channel ain't about none of that, and we all have to get along here, whether we like each other or not. So, you know, I'm not out there trying to kick the, you know, how the Bible talks about not kicking against the pricks. You know, in other words, with your bare feet, don't be kicking the briar bushes because that shit's stupid and it hurts. You know, you shouldn't do that. And it seems like that goes on a lot in life. So I try not to do that. Hey, there's Danny Sharp again. How you doing, Danny? What be happening today, sir? There he is. There's Mr. Banjo. I'll get turned over here onto the lot. Y'all will see him here in just a second. But he's right over here on the lot here. There y'all go. There's Mr. Banjo himself. I'm going to jump out here and talk with him here just a second, guys. I'll be right back with you. What you doing, sir? Just staying out of the rain. Yeah, staying out of the rain. Yeah. No, I got something a little bit different. Oh, you got the ribbon on, don't you? I got these right here, so you know the fingers come out. Yeah, the Remington. They're made by Remington. Are they? Yes, they are. Yes, those are my gloves. They're made for the weather. I know. And also, you know what they made them for? Mainly deer hunters. Oh yeah, that's why I got them. If it'll keep a deer hunter warm, it ought to keep me warm, is what I was thinking. That's for real. That's cool. Oh, you said that you had
gloves and toboggans and stuff like
I
that?
don't have gloves. I have toboggans and some zip-up hoodies.
Zip-up hoodies, huh?
Where's my trunk?
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about no place to stay for a while, for a long time. Don't get over. Don't get big. I think so. He'll still be out in the rain when it's going out in the yard. If it rains and it's going to be wet.
Yeah, usually take them inside. What I say, 3 pounds of stock.
Yeah, you want that enough. Oh yeah. I'll go get some more.
I gotta go pick up some more.
Oh.
Back over to they sell them fairly cheap over there at Walmart and big factories. Just the one I've got. I've got the 13 trucks.
Oh, that, and you watch in on everything you do.
But they don't watch it anyway. I don't care. I pay why on YouTube. Hell, I don't like that anyway. So.
Yeah, I know. You're not the only one.
I can't hide anymore. You know, I'm front and center most of the time. Everybody watches what I do. Here's what I say now.
Yeah. I think that one thing that we did is go and find out where all these freaking homeless people are. I've been looking.
The one guy used to sleep out in Kansas City. He always walked up. I haven't seen him.
Oh, he went home.
Did he? Okay.
Yes, he went home. You know where home is?
I have no idea.
Georgetown, Kentucky.
Very good. I'm glad he made it home. I've been looking for him because I know if he told her I was going to get him some.
Yeah, there's another guy that was out in front of the courthouse. He was back home. He's back to seeing his pit pen.
Good.
That's one thing I was glad about.
I don't know the person out there on the street. There you go.
much. Stay dry, sir.
All right, we'll see you on the run around, I'm sure. All right, guys, sorry about that. That's Banjo. Everybody knows Banjo. I apologize for leaving you again. Made sure he got him some fresh socks and a shirt and a toboggan. Help keep him a little warmer out here. And I was asking him about a couple others that I knew. There was one guy that slept out in front of the city building on the bench, and I hadn't seen him in quite a few days now. And I was asking about him because I want to give him some stuff. But Banjo was telling me that he actually had went home to Georgetown, Kentucky. So apparently he is home now and not here anymore, and we don't have to worry about him. And there was another one down on the riverbank that apparently, and I didn't ask because it doesn't really matter, but apparently he's now going to prison. So as much as that sucks, I guess he'll not be homeless for however long he's going to be there. I didn't ask what it was about or nothing, but apparently he got in some big trouble. So that's one less we have to worry about as well. So there's two of them we know for sure off the street, which is good. Good enough anyway. At least I don't have to worry about them out here. So was that commentator that was leaving? Good night, commentator. Thanks for coming in, commentator auditor. I sure do appreciate it. I appreciate the support and you coming in and saying hi. And again, to that person out there, if they're in my chat, the one that sent all the stuff to keep them warm, there was toboggans and zip-up hoodie jackets and socks and stuff. Thank you so much for that. That's helping out. And it's making, it's getting. You talk about seeing some smiles on some faces when you reach them something like that. Thank you so much for that. By the way, it's so nice to be able to help people like that. I truly do enjoy being able to help people. All righty, Bill, you be careful out there and holler back at us when you make it back. Chances are I might still be out here. I usually stay out for a while. We're not even 3 hours into it yet. It's only 10:15, so I might be going for quite a bit yet. But make sure you catch us on the next run for sure. Lisa said dinner was good. What did you have, Lisa? What did you have for dinner? Now I'm curious. I know what I'm having for dinner. Della's going to fry me a hamburger. We talked about it right after I'd left the house. She texted me about a hamburger. That's one of my favorite foods is a hamburger. I don't really care much for hamburgers from the fast food restaurants so much. I mean, I'd eat them if I was hungry enough, but I'd rather have a good old Della-made hamburger personally. They taste better. Tastes more like a cow. It tastes more like hamburger and not quite like whatever they make them taste like at the restaurants. I don't know why people get so addicted to these places. They must put something in there to do it. They have to, or people wouldn't eat that stuff so much. Oh, Lisa says she had hibachi. That sounds really, really good. I was only ever at a hibachi restaurant one time, and where they did all the tricks with the spatulas and knives and stuff. It's pretty cool. I had scallops, shrimp and scallops is what I had. It's pretty good. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to do something like that again, but I enjoyed it. Did you get a guy in bed in a big house? I didn't, Dark Watch. I didn't know nothing about it. Banjo was. We went down looking for him last weekend when Banjo was with me. We went down there and he wasn't there. And apparently now we know why. But like I say, I guess that's one more off the street. I didn't get him a bed there, but apparently he done something to get himself a bed there, unfortunately. So as bad as it sucks that he's going to prison, and that's what I understand where he's headed, that might beat being out here in the cold and rain. At least that's one less person I have to personally worry about out here. So, not that it's good that he went to prison, and that's not what I mean. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. It's never good to know that someone went to prison. I mean, but some people deserve it. Unfortunately, they do bad stuff, and that's what happens when you do it. You end up in jail or prison. So there you go. If you behave yourself, you won't have that problem. Just saying. Well, I agree with you, Peter. For the most part, women ought to be treated with respect. Um, I don't know exactly what we're referencing. I assume we're still talking about Lisa and Sovereign. I didn't see where he called her a bitch, but I didn't watch the entire. You guys got to remember, it was like a 7.5 hour stream last night, and I just don't have 7.5 hours to go through every single verse of all the chat. I did see how it started off, and by the time I quit watching it, it seemed like they had both kind of apologized to each other, and I thought it was over. But apparently, it struck up again, and I just didn't watch it all, and and it sucks that happened. Geez, I wish there was something I could do about that. But unfortunately, that's not within the realm of my control. But I do agree with you that women should be treated with respect. However, I will also say that there is a fucking bitch or two out there in the world. Don't think that there isn't. And just because they are female does not mean that they should be treated better or different than anybody else in your life. So while I do agree with you, I hope you understand how I agree and both disagree at the same time, if that makes sense. Not that I'm trying to disagree with you, I'm not. You know, I'm just saying that, if a woman presents herself as a lady, you absolutely treat her as a lady. If she presents herself as a fucking bitch, well then, you kind of treat her as she comes, and I'll leave that for y'all to decide for each individual interaction you have with a lady or the other kind. You know, I'll leave that out there where it's at. And I'm not making any accusations about Lisa, so I hope everybody understands that. I know Lisa doesn't. I know Lisa knows I don't think that about her, so I know Lisa knows that 100%. I think a lot of Lisa. I have nothing but respect for Lisa, and the same for Sovereign. I have nothing but respect for him, and I don't agree with everything he says. Like y'all know, he doesn't agree with everything I say. Lisa doesn't always agree with me. I'm the guy that not everybody agrees with. I'm used to that, and I'm okay with it. We don't have to agree to still be friends, and I'm hoping that someday they can come back together, and that'll be a thing of the past. And maybe some time passes, and a while from now we'll all look back and laugh at it and see how silly it really was, and it wasn't as big a deal as we're making it. I hope that's how it turns out. If it don't, then I guess we'll deal with it as we have to. But you know how it works, guys. People are people. They do and say what they do. But I'd say my best advice is, if he's offending you that much, hit that block button. Block him and ignore him. Then you're not feeding the fire anyway. Because I don't want that. Lisa says, I hope I present myself as a lady. Well, you always have to me. You know how I talk about you, Lisa. I think you're top notch. I think you're a very respectable lady. There you go. That's Ironton Auditor's personal opinion. Not that anyone else in the world cares what I think, but there it is. I put it out there the best that I can. Yeah, I know, Dark Watch. I heard about that on the back end. I sure heard about that stream. I didn't go watch it because actually, while he was streaming that one, I was actually trying to pick through my 7.5 hour chat to figure out what exactly happened. Because I was driving along and I didn't see everything. I only seen it after it broke out into paragraphs. I didn't notice what had happened. I'm sorry for that. It's almost impossible for me to moderate chat 100% while I'm out here driving around. Hell, it's damn near impossible for me to be able to read it, let alone mod it. So, you know, it sucks. It really sucks. I don't like it, but there ain't much I can do. If it's going to be a permanent problem, though, we'll have to do something a little bit different and fix some things. But I'm hoping that after everybody calms down a little bit, it'll be a little bit different. I'm hoping. I'm sorry that you felt personally attacked, Lisa. I'm sorry that happened. know, apparently he felt personally attacked too. I saw that. I seen it from both of you. You know, both of you feeling like the other was on the attack, and that sucks so bad because I sit back as a third party and see how it happened, see how the feelings got hurt, and it sucks because like, have you? I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of family and a lot of friends, and you know, the interesting thing is when they hate each other, and yet I don't have a reason to hate either one of them, you know, because of stuff like that. You know, they get in an argument and they end up not liking each other forever. It can put me in an interesting position, being in the middle of all that and trying to remain friends with both without offending the others, you know, and damn it, it can be hard to be the middle, man. I can tell you that. It can be really hard. Because I don't intend any harm or bad on anybody. I think you all know that. Pretty sure y'all know that anyway. You ought to know that. I don't think Sovereign means any harm or foul. I don't think. You know, as far as I know, he don't. He gets a little fired up. He has a particular way of using his words that may not always be positive to everybody. I know. Watch out for those zombie deer. That's right, Lisa. Got to watch out for those things. Dell is big on the zombie deer. I've been hearing about that for two or 3 weeks now. It's all she talks about is the zombie deer. Apparently there's, I don't know, I seen a video of one where there's like reaching up, poking it, and it didn't move. It just turned its head. But, you know, I also know that there's some people that have tame deer, you know, and if that was one of them, that may or may not be a fake video. How would I know? I haven't researched into that one. So I really don't know anything about the zombie deer. It's not something I've had time to look into. Probably not something I'll spend time looking at, I doubt. Just because I think there are more priority things for me to pay attention to and look at. So I try to choose wisely as to what I research, because, man, you start researching, you go down enough rabbit holes to keep you busy forever. I promise you will. If you want to look into it, there's something about everything out there for sure. It just says the zombie deer bad out in Pedro. Well, I ain't seen a zombie deer yet. Of course, the zombies are bad all over the place, whether it's deer or people. You know, some people are just kind of asleep. They walk around in that zombified state all the time. I think they're worse and more scary than the deer. But I haven't noticed a zombie deer yet, personally. Although I have seen some deer do some weird stuff. I've never seen one that I'd call a zombie just yet, except for on that one video. And then again, guys, just one video. Uh-oh. Oh, damn, they're all going that way. Let's go see what's going on, shall we? What are the odds we'd just be coming down the street and catch them going, huh? See, they can run stop signs and shit, but I can't, you know? I'm gonna try to keep up, guys. I'm gonna try. I got a signal and use fucking stop at the signs and shit, and they don't have to, so. Well, they done went and turned off their lights, so I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, there they are again. I'm going to hang back here a minute, guys, because the way they're coming at it looks like a call for service and not a traffic stop, so I don't want to get over in there too far. Let's see what's going on here. We'll just hang back and see what's happening. But that's what it looks like to me is a call for service. I see them going up to the house there, going between the houses. I can't tell if they're going in one or going behind it or going between them. Lisa, that's a possibility. Unfortunately, I wasn't as involved in the chat because gosh, everything that going out there was a paragraph, and when the chat gets that big and there's whole paragraphs, I can't read it going down the road. I just can't keep up. It's not possible, you know. So I'm sorry that happened, and hopefully we can come out of this on a more positive note. I hope. Hey, there's David Perello. I hope I'm saying that right, David A. Perello Jr. I'm going to call you David because I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Says anybody from Ironton besides IA participating tonight? Well, we got the police out. They're participating. I don't know exactly what's going on. Like I said, it's a call for service, evidently. I'm not sure what's happening. They went over there, I believe, into that house there. And I'm just hanging back because I don't know what's going on. And there's certain things I don't want to get on camera. You know, sometimes there's domestic violence. You know, sometimes it could be an attempted suicide, or you never know. Unfortunately, and there's some things I don't want to show on my camera, so I hope you all understand. That's why I don't try to get too close to these calls for service, and why I usually just run traffic stops. Probably wouldn't even known this one happened if we hadn't come down the street and just seen them headed here, but we did. We happened to walk past and see them. This guy here is walking around me here, making me a little nervous. He's just being nosy. We're good. Okay. All right. He's just being nosy. It's all where he's doing what we're doing, just trying to check it out and see what's happening. So we're doing all right. There comes the fire truck too up here. So apparently they're first responders. I don't know if y'all can see the fire truck right over there. You see the red lights flashing over there. That's the big fire truck. So hopefully it's not a fire. And hopefully everybody will turn out okay on it. I'm going to plug in this phone, guys. Keep it from going dead there. Sorry about that. I know it bounces y'all around a little bit. Hang back here and observe for a minute, guys, and see what's happening. The last thing we want to do is get up there and get in the way, especially if it's a medical issue. Oh, Lisa, I didn't figure you was blaming me. It still makes me feel bad, though, that, I can't control everything, unfortunately, but it doesn't stop me from wishing that I could. I hate it when I see people with each other. I don't like it. It makes me feel bad. I wish I could make everybody happy again. You know, I know it's not my fault and I didn't cause none of it. I just wish there was something I could do, because you both are kind of dear to me. You both are kind of close to my heart, and it hurts my heart to know that you know that happened. So I'm hoping that somehow we can come out on the positive end. Sometimes time heals all wounds. Sometimes it don't. But I hope at the end of the day something great will happen, or at the end of whatever time period it has to be anyway. You're right, Lisa. It was a bad night. We all saw it. Let's have a good one tonight. I agree. Uncle Artie, how you doing tonight, Uncle Artie? How you doing? I wish I could do that impersonation like Chad does. He does a great job. I'm not as good at that. Come out with the flashlights. I ain't exactly sure what's happening up there. But I've seen him go in and come back out, so I don't know what you guys can or can't see. I definitely can't see it as well on that camera, but that's because on StreamYard the screen's a lot smaller. It doesn't give me full screen like it does in with my phone, because the chat takes up about a quarter of the screen, and then there's several settings, buttons, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, Uncle Artie. I'm not sure what happened. I just happened to be coming down the street and seen 3 officers with their lights on speeding their way here, and I followed them here, and a couple seconds later the fire truck showed up. So it doesn't appear to be a fire exactly. I don't see them dragging any hoses or anything like that. It might be a medical issue, and that's why I'm hanging back here and staying the hell out of the way, you know. Just observing, making sure everything's okay, you know. I hope it was too, Dark Watch. I hope it was too. I hope it was just a bad night. You know, apparently he felt offended at some point, and, you know, I'm pretty sure I know when that happened. I mean, he's always kind of hard-headed, you know that, but that's just him. And you know, apparently at some point he got offended, and after that he went on the defensive, which led him to be an offensive, and you know that's kind of what happened, and it sucks, but that's what happened. Oh, Uncle Artie, there's Lisa and Sovereign were having it out in the chat last night, and there's a few other people jumping in, and you know, it ended up with 3, 4, 5 people all kind of in it. It was kind of like a chat argument, you know, and it sucks, but it happened. So that's what happened. I don't want to get too deep into it because I ain't got no, you know, I don't have a dog in the fight, and I don't want to put one in it, you know. It's really hard for me. I always try to walk the line. So when I got people mad at each other, I'm the guy standing between them trying to make peace. You know, blessed. The best I can say it is blessed are the peacemakers. You know, I do everything I can to be a peacemaker, and it's not always easy. I can tell you, I don't always get peace made. Doesn't always work good for me. You know, you can't fix every situation, and you can't help every single person. Unfortunately, it's just not. You know, damn it, man, I wish I could fix everything. You know, being a guy who fixes stuff, it's very difficult for me because I always tell people I can fix anything but people. And I can, man. There ain't nothing out there I can't fix. I'm good at fixing stuff, but I can't fix people, you know? It ain't like I can take a couple bolts out and yank the old part off and put a new one on and put the bolts back in and be good. You know, it just doesn't work that way. So, unfortunately, I can't help everybody and I can't fix everything. So, you're right, baby doll irons, and I'm sitting here hoping it's not something like that. Let's see. I see him walk. I don't know if you guys can see him or not. I see him walking back out there to their vehicles. IPD, anyway. I see reapproaching their vehicles. And I see a couple or 1 or 2 of the fire department guys back out toward the truck there. So I haven't seen an EMS yet. I don't see an EMS. So that's may or may not be good. I don't know. We'll see here in a minute. There we go. They're all leaving now. So apparently they're done. So now that they're taking off and now that the police are leaving, I'm going to get the hell out of here myself. If the truck is moving yet or if they're going to sit there a minute, I guess I'll just go by them here. apparently, everything's all right now since everybody's leaving. So there you go, guys. Call it what you want. We'll leave that alone. Like I said, just a call for service. First responders of a type, I guess. And apparently everything's all right. Might have been one of them situations where one person thought they might need to go to the hospital and made the call, and the person that they think needs to go told them, hell no, I ain't going to the hospital. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen that. I've seen that quite a bit. So, sometimes people do refuse to go, and they can't make them, obviously, so they just have to hang their hats up and go back to where they came from, because, you can't fix everything, like I said, unfortunately. Even the police and the fire department can't fix everything, unfortunately. This doesn't work out like that. So there you go, guys. There's 2 sets of cherries and berries tonight anyway. One traffic stop, and now whatever that was. I don't know what it was. I don't pretend to know. But whatever it was apparently is over now. And it definitely was not a traffic stop by any means. So there goes them struts. Shit, good thing we don't need them, huh? Good thing we don't need any suspension under the damn car for it to work right, huh? Otherwise, we wouldn't have any for sure. Well, I thought I'd seen them cut down this way. I may have cut them off back there at the light. I don't know. I don't see them now. Cut in here and look back the other way. Well, shit, right there's an EMS, ain't it? I think that's just a squad there. I don't see any cherries and berries, just cherries. It looks like it's going to be an interesting night for the first responders tonight. Looks like they're out there earning their paychecks and working hard. Fire department stuff. That looks like a big crowd standing over there that's the Park Avenue. I think it's Park Avenue Apartments now. But, yep, that's where the fire truck left up there and came down here. So they're just on their first responder, I guess, doing that. Some really good guys on the fire department. Make sure you always show them some love. Those are some of the true heroes. And there's the police officers right behind them. This is where they came to. They don't have any lights on, but again, it's a medical issue and not a traffic stop, so we know where they're at for the moment. They're all sitting right there. Daughter came home, found mom on the floor. Is that what you're saying, Uncle Artie? Did that happen here? Is that what we're looking at here? If so, that sucks for somebody. That sucks so bad. I hate to hear that. Hate to hear that so much. Everybody out there, if you pray, now's the time to do it. If you don't pray, please send some warm well wishes their way, because it looks like somebody's going to need it tonight. Especially the daughter. Hopefully the mother's okay. And not, well, I don't want to speculate much and I don't want to say anything. I just, pray for the best, of course. You're right, Dark Watch. I know it. I know it. Like I said, man, I don't like it when I know there's bad stuff happening to people. I wish there's something I could do. I know there isn't. You know, it doesn't help me because my heart goes out to them anyway. You know, I feel terrible bad for them. Just wish I could. Just wish I could wave my magic wand and bippity boppity boo everybody into greatness. And you know, unfortunately, I can't do that. Doesn't stop me from wanting to be able to. Doesn't stop my heart from hurting when I know bad stuff happens to people. It sure does. So anyway, no, yes, Uncle Artie is 100% correct. Make sure if you know someone who's acting kind of out of character or depressed, you know, those kinds of things, you know, if your friend all of a sudden comes up and gives you something, you know, they normally wouldn't give you, you know, one of those gifts, and you're wondering why they give it to you because it was one of their favorite things. If you see that kind of stuff out of somebody, please keep a check on them. Dear God, keep a check on them. Those are all signs. Those are all big signs. So, you know, please always check on people you know. Make sure they're doing all right, especially this time of year. Sometimes just a pat on the back and a smile will be enough to help somebody feel a little bit better. All right, guys, I got to get on here and see if Little Caesars is still open. Della wanted some breadsticks. I tried to get them earlier. I walked in there and stood for like 10 minutes while they kept waiting on the drive-thru. Wouldn't even look over at me to see what the hell I needed. They said I'd be with you in a minute and never came. So I hope they're still open or she's going to be madder than hell at me. So I told her I'd get her some breadsticks, and I almost forgot. I started this live. I meant to come back there earlier and almost forgot. Don't tell her. Hopefully she's still charging her phone and she don't know I screwed up yet. So if y'all don't tell her, we won't have to worry about it, you know. I don't know if they're still open or not. Seems like they might be. It's not all that late on a Friday. I don't know if they're open or not. Looks like probably.
Thank you for choosing Ayrton Caesars. Would you like to try a hot ready this evening?
No, thank you. Actually, I'd like 2 orders of the crazy bread. Is there any way you can add extra butter and Parmesan to those, please?
I sure can.
If you would do that, I would be forever in your debt. I would appreciate it so much.
Anything else for you?
That'll do. Just a couple orders of those would be great.
All right, and 850. Go ahead and pull around.
Thank you very much. All righty. Thank God they weren't closed yet. Because Della would have been really pissed at me if I'd have forgotten to get her breadsticks because I promised her I would. Be like forgetting her chocolate milk, you know. Yeah, baby doll, she's going to eat them cold. She said they'd be all right when she heated them up, so. Hey, Uncle Artie, are you calling it Terry bread because you think I'm crazy? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, Terry's kind of synonymous with nuts, ain't it? More like a payday bar than a breadstick. Yeah, personally, guys, I think she's crazy for eating it, but hey, you know, she likes it, so there you go. Lisa said some more than others, right? Well, I pretty well take the cake. I know I'm a nut. I love it. I love being different. Love being a little crazy. I love it when people aren't exactly sure what to expect from me, you know. Hell, sometimes I don't even know what I'm about to do. I kind of fly by the seat of my pants some days. May not be the best way to go about it, but I don't know any other way. I can't be prepared for everything, so sometimes I just have to deal with it as it comes. You know, it blows my mind, and I hate using the drive-through, but they got the dining room locked now. But earlier when I was here, man, they's wrapped plumb around the building and almost out into the street because people were too fucking lazy to get out of their car and walk in. And whenever someone does get out of their car and walk in, hell, they can't wait on you because they're too busy waiting on all the lazy assholes in the cars. I figured they can wait longer. They're comfortable in the car, but, you know, most of these restaurants serve the drive-through first. That's just how it works. If you've ever ate inside, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not right and it's not fair, but they, you know, that's usually how it works. So they have a certain speed of service to keep up to, and they're forced into it. It's not that they like it. That's just how it works. How you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm good for nothing, but guaranteed good for it, you know? Hopefully you're having a good night.
I am.
I know I'd come in a little bit earlier and was standing up front, and you guys were just so busy. I just went ahead and left, figure I'd come back now.
Yeah, we've been super busy tonight.
I saw that.
I know when I first came in, I had a horrible migraine, but it went away.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a great night.
You too.
Appreciate it. All righty, babe. I got your crazy bread if you're out there. I managed to get it. I'm glad I thought about it again because I almost forgot. It had been a while and it almost slipped my mind there. I'd have had to go home and looked at that disappointed look on her face. Man, she gives me that look of disappointment when I screw up, man. I feel like a little kid trying to clear himself when mommy's mad at him, you know. It's kind of funny that way. There goes the deputy. Out of town, of course. Oops. Get my seatbelt back on here, guys. Don't forget to wear your seatbelt. Not really because it's any damn safer no matter what they tell you, but they'll find the shit out of you if you don't. That's what'll happen, I guarantee it. You're right, Artie. Screw it. Wing it. Keep them guessing. I do too. I do that a lot, actually. Sometimes I even have myself guessing. No wonder they can't figure out what's coming next. Hell, sometimes I don't even know. Are you asking me, Artie? I'm not done being out yet. She just asked me to pick them up what time I was in here. She's gonna eat them later. Hell, a lot of times she'll have them bring me home, but have me bring them home. She won't eat them now. She'll eat them tomorrow. She's weird like that. You know, she don't care if they ain't fresh. Hell, it's just a breadstick. She'll reheat it and be just as happy with it. So, yeah, I'm still out here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna be out here a while. Hell, it's only not even 11 o'clock yet. I mean, unless you guys are tired of riding with me. If you are, fuck it. I'll quit and go home. You know, if y'all don't want to be here, there's no point in me being out here. But if you'll stay with me, then you ain't got nothing better to do. I don't either. Hell, I'll stay out here for a while. Yeah, Uncle Artie, I don't think I'll be pulling that one. The best I've ever seen when people start in those videos and they start saying, "Well, I know so and so, or I know the chief, or I know the captain." Yeah, they almost always get tased and get a ticket, almost every time. So yeah, I'd rather not say any of that shit. Seems like that's a good way to get somebody hurt. So I won't be doing that. All right, guys, I'm back here at the gas station. I'm going to walk in here and use the restroom and get me another cup of coffee. So it's about coffee 30, I think. I will be right back with y'all. I'll try not to run into anybody talk my leg off, all right? Try to hurry up. Be right back. Oh, sorry about that, guys. You ever get behind that one idiot in line that wants 35 lottery tickets printed out on 5 different pieces of paper with 4 or 5 different options? If you've ever had that, let me know. What's that? Oh, well, that's what we're waiting on, is the wild. We'll do the best we can. You too. Appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, guys, there's always somebody at the front of the line that just has to make everybody else wait for 35 minutes to get a damn coffee. You gotta love it when that happens. It's like watching the one old lady at the front that owes like $5 and she's got $2 in this bank envelope and $1.50 in that bank envelope and 35 cents in another. I've seen everything. All right, Artie, I'm headed down that way. Lisa, actually, I got some boiled eggs and some of those little meat and cheese sticks is what I got. Just needed a little something in me. I haven't eaten anything today, and I'm getting a little hungry. Smelling her breadsticks is making me hungry, but I just don't like them. So, but right there's the police officers, Artie, and it's right down here at the end of the street. So whatever was going on is over now. It looks like, because here's all 3 police vehicles right here on the left. You'll see them when this light turns green. They're all going to pass us right here on the left. So there they are. There's all 3 of the Ironton police vehicles right there. I'm assuming there's only 3 on duty. I could be wrong, but that's all I've seen tonight. And the Park Avenue apartments are literally right in front of us, and there's nothing going on there now that I see. No flashing lights anywhere or anything. So I'm assuming they might. Well, there they are. I lied. There's the EMS now pulling in. So apparently it is a medical issue. And it looks like they're going to be picking them up momentarily. So there you go. That's what's going on here at the moment. There's Blanche out there. How you doing, Blanche? I don't know if I've seen you tonight and spoke or not. There's Banjo going down the road on his bike there. What's it say, Terry? Based on how long you take on those stops, maybe you be the old lady you talk about. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I was about 5 people in line behind her, and she wasn't that old. That was the problem. Now they were having some kind of, I don't know what it was. Every couple minutes she said, well, try a little bit less. I don't know if she just didn't have enough on her card and didn't know how much she had. I don't know what the hell the deal was. But my advice is before you go out to the store to buy some shit, maybe call and check the balance on your card so that you know, because it's a lot less embarrassing. You don't have to stand there for 15 minutes trying to figure it out. Just saying. Well, they're all here right now, so I guess we'll pull in here for now. They're all right where I just left, of course. Anyway, this will give us a good idea of who's working tonight. I believe that's Patrolman Allison there. Yep, that's Patrolman Allison standing there pumping gas. I don't know who's in the other vehicles just yet. We'll see here in a minute. I'm pretty sure that, well, I don't know, the new guy that might have been before 10 there a while ago, so I'm not sure now that the shift changes happen. I guess we'll see. Yes, Baby Doll Iron, apparently he got his bike back. He's riding one, so I'm assuming that he got it back. T-Boast Nation says, hey, fuckers. What you doing, fucker? How you doing tonight? How the hell are you all the way up there? I believe you're up in Canada, aren't you? How the hell's the weather up there tonight? Don't you hate a package that says peel here, but you just can't seem to figure out where the hell it peels from? You ever had that problem? There we go. I finally got it. Put breadsticks over there out of the way. Yep, Archangel. It's not exactly a Slim Jim, but it's the same damn thing anyway. Probably ain't no meat in any of them meat sticks anyway. Hard to tell what we're eating. Some kind of mystery something or another, I bet. Sorry if I'm getting a little quiet, guys. I'm just trying not to talk with my mouth full. Even I gotta eat, unfortunately. I wish I didn't, but I do. Occasionally, anyway. I've been known to do it. What do you say, dirty old man? How you doing tonight? Glad to see that you finally came in and checked in. You're late. We'll have to stand you in the corner. I don't know where you've been all night. Who told you you was allowed to go out and live your own life and shit? Not allowed to be all independent and do what you want. Who told you that? Pickled possum tail, huh? I ain't heard of that one. It might be good. Who the hell knows? Ain't much on a possum tail, I don't think. Hey, there's Zeus. How you doing tonight, Zeus? Glad to see you back. Thanks for coming in. It's the first time I've ever bought boiled eggs at a gas station, guys. They come two in a package, and they even come with salt and pepper. Look at that. Gotta love it. Like another hole in the head, anyway. Todd Wilson, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, sir. Thanks for dropping by and speaking. Always happy to see everybody. Not a whole lot happening tonight, Todd. Not a whole lot at all. Had a couple medical issues, but nothing dangerous and no traffic stops. Nice and crunchy. I bet they are if you're talking about them possum tails. They'd have to be. I've seen a few possum. The one thing I definitely wouldn't be too looking forward to eating would be the tail. You're right, Todd. Quiet is always good. I'd much rather see it quiet and not a whole lot going on. That's how I like it. Definitely my favorite kind of weekend to run when there's not much happening. Yes, Sir Zeus, I'm trying to munch me some boiled eggs down I got here at the gas station. A lot of times I come out here and I run and I really don't eat anything, but occasionally it gets the better of me and I just have to get something in my gut. So yeah, even the great irontonauditor has to eat. Y'all be surprised how normal I really am, huh? Oh, really, D-Boast? Congrats, man. What, you said one of your shorts? I'll have to check that out. I didn't see it yet, I don't think. All right, Todd, you sleep well, and I will absolutely be safe. Be careful whatever you do tomorrow. Have a good night. I'd say you're right, Archangel. Anything beats polecat tail. Nothing like the tail on a skunk to make you, wake you up in the morning. Guarantee it. Well, D-Boast, I'm glad to hear you had one go viral, as you say. That's pretty damn cool. I'm glad you got some subs out of it. I was talking about your channel earlier, trying to send people over there. Oh, okay. I see which ones we've got. We've got Patrolman Allison, we have Patrolman Akers, and Sergeant Blankenship, the non-bearded Blankenship. So those are the three that seem to be on duty tonight. That's the three that are here. So I guess those will be the gentlemen that we follow around all night anyway. Those are the ones we're looking for tonight. Now you know, or now I know anyway. Now we're all in the know, huh? It's called New Frauditor Exposed. Okay, there you go, guys. It's called New Frauditor Exposed. We'll have to go check that out. Hey, there's Janice Farmer. How you doing tonight, Janice? Good to see you out there. Does Ironton have a local radio station? No. We used to. I don't know if they still do or not. It was WIRO, but it was an AM station. I don't know if they still broadcast or not. If they do, I guess yes. If they don't, then I guess no. I never did listen to it. Like I said, it was an AM station, and they sure didn't play anything I wanted to hear. So, I grew up never listening to it. Of course, there wasn't too many people around here that listened to AM anyway. By the time I come along, FM had kind of done come and took over. Not much on the AM stations. One good thing about it, guys, at least it's not freezing cold tonight. I mean, it's not warm, but it ain't nowhere near freezing cold. I don't know what the local temperature is, but it's not as cold as I expected it to be tonight, I can tell you that. The wind's blowing pretty good, but at least it's not that sharp, cold air that like cuts you in half. I don't know if the bottom's going to fall out of the temperature or not, but it's not so bad at the moment. Orange Cone says the temp here is currently 50. That sounds about right. I would say that's probably pretty damn close if it ain't exact. Because, like I say, it's not exactly warm, but it's nowhere near cold. I way overdressed tonight, I promise you. I'm sitting here with the window all the way down. I've got so much clothes on that, you know, if I don't, I'm going to sweat. So it looks like tonight, Patrolman Allison will be in cruiser number 1806, and Sergeant Blankenship will be in 2203, the SUV. And of course, the other SUV I always recognize got the big white on the door. That's the one that the K9 officer, Patrolman Akers, drives. So if that helps you to know them apart right now. Thank you, Artie, for the weather update. Sounds like tomorrow night's going to be quite chilly, or quite less than warm. We'll put it that way. Hey, I see Miss Mandy still out there. Hello, Miss Mandy. Still out there or back, one or the other. Whichever it is, I'm always happy to see you either way. Uncle Artie, you make me laugh. You're right, Debo. She does need a wrench. I'll have to do that tonight. I can't do it from here. I'm on StreamYard on the phone, and I have to be on YouTube to do that. StreamYard won't allow me to do it. That's a couple wrenches I got to hand out tonight when I get home. I can't even see who is a mod in here. It doesn't show me. The only thing it shows me is the members in green. Everybody else is in black regardless. Don't even show me who's a moderator. Just bought the Roddy a fleece-lined coat, huh? Well, there you go. At least the Roddy's going to stay warm for sure. Gordy said that's my running joke with her. Oh, I understand. I've been around for a while, Uncle Artie. I've been around for about 6 or 7 months now. Something happening on Pipe Street. We ain't got no Pipe Street, so I don't know where the hell that's at. Because he has a heated bed, too. There you go. Sounds like the dogs are being well taken care of anyway. Got them headed a couple different directions here. Follow which one, Artie? They're going 3 different damn directions, sir. I can't follow them all. Can't follow them all. I'll pick one. If I can. I'll get cut off with the traffic here. He's going down nice, so I guess we'll follow him. For a minute, that's Sergeant Blankenship. We'll We'll stick to his bumper for a quick second. Ain't no traffic down this way, obviously, but I think he's just patrolling. Ain't going nowhere special. He sure ain't in a hurry, so he's just out doing his patrolling. But we'll hang on him here just a second. No, Archangel, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I never said anything about any of that. What I did was I come in here and asked the city because I don't know if what I do is considered a business or not. And I don't know if it's considered a business inside the city. And if it is, then of course they're going to expect a certain percentage of tax money. And I want to make sure that I stay on the good side of the city. And if they feel like I owe it, I want to make sure that I get that paid. It's only like a 1%, and it wouldn't be on everything I make because only a certain amount that I get paid while I'm in here, so to speak. But I don't think this classifies as running a business inside the city. But I came in to talk to the city, and they have to take some time and check some stuff out because hell, they didn't know either. YouTube isn't exactly listed. You know what I mean? So they're unsure and they're checking it out. And as soon as they know, I'll know whether I need like a business license or a permit or whatever it is. So, Jeebus and Sovereign were just getting on to me because they felt I shouldn't even have asked. They felt I should have just ran the way I was and said fuck them. And and it's not about that for me. Although I don't like taxation either. If I owe it, according to the law, I want to make sure that I get it paid. As Ironton Auditor, I have to stay on the good side of the police and the citizens, a good side of the government of the city and the citizens of the city, if that makes sense. I want to make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing and trying to be a good example for everybody else is what I'm trying to do. I don't know that it's working, but, I try real hard, Archangel. So yeah, they thought I was being silly, and I don't think they quite understood what I was saying, and that's all right. It's not about any of that. It's just me trying to stay on the good sides of everybody. Right now the city itself, as far as the government's concerned, the police and the citizens, nobody's really giving me a hard time. In case you ain't noticed, they don't bother me a whole lot. They let me come in, they let me run, they ain't got nothing to say to me, and when they do, it's always nice and positive. They always wave and say hi. They'll stop what they're doing and say hello, and I appreciate them for it. So, I want to make sure I try to keep that kind of a rapport up. I don't want to do anything to damage that because I can't bridge the gap if I start making enemies in this town, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to make enemies, I'm trying to make allies. Yeah, I think you're right, Debose, but I just want to make sure, and I want to make sure if I need to turn this into a corporation, that or an LLC or whatever, I just want to be educated about it and make the right decision is all. The right one for me, the right one for the city, the right one for you guys, because I don't want to be put in a situation where I can't get this done. You know what I mean? Or where it's going to cost me a bunch of money in fines or a jail sentence or anything like that. So, but the finance department there at the city building, I went in and talked to the guy, and he had told me, I explained it to him, and I told him I didn't expect this to turn into anything, but it did. And now that it's turning into what it's turning into, I needed to come in and ask all them questions, and I'm running behind, and I'm a little late getting it done because I didn't, it kind of swelled up on me before I thought it would. And he had told me not to worry about it, that he promised me there wouldn't be any penalties or anything, that they weren't trying to hurt me or anything, but he would try to answer my questions. And he's told me it's going to take him a little bit to come up with those answers. So, I just have to give him some time to check in with the laws and everything and make sure it's all cool. There's certain things for media, there's certain things for others, and he's got to check into whether I fall into media or whether I fall into a business, and I'm pretty sure I don't, and I think he's pretty sure I don't too. But because I asked, he's trying to make sure that no matter what it is, it's legal, and I'm going to give him time to get that done, and make sure everything's on the up and up, so I can keep this channel going and keep you all here, you know. Make no mistake, it ain't that I'm looking for extra taxes to pay, but I sure as hell ain't looking for them to come and take anything extra. You know what I mean? I'd rather pay them their 1% than have to pay them their 1% plus another 25 because I didn't pay during a certain date or whatever. You know, I want to make sure I stay on the right side, never on the left, so to speak. Always on the right side of the law, even if I disagree with it. And there's a lot of them I disagree with, but that doesn't stop me from trying to know them and trying to follow them. You know, I want to make sure I stay on the right side. You're right, Orange Cones. You know, it can be hard trying to explain certain things to some people, for sure. I'll take that under advisement, Janice. I appreciate that. I'm still looking into all that. That's what I mean. I don't know if I need to be like incorporated into a corporation, or whether I can do that proprietorship or just an LLC, or maybe roll a certain part of it over into one of those, what they call it, a 501(c) or something like that, you know, the nonprofit. I'm trying to educate myself about all of that, and through the city finance, you know, department, so that I can make an educated decision about what I want to do and how I want to handle it. So right now I'm just in that information gathering stage, you know, so that I can learn all of those things and definitions, so that I don't end up somewhere regretting, you know, wishing that I had done a certain thing and I haven't, you know. So I'm just trying to get caught up because I'm a little bit behind in educating myself. You know, as I tell everybody, I honestly thought this YouTube channel was going to fall on its face months ago. I really did. You know, I figured I'd get out of it with a little bit of embarrassment and go on about my life, and that'd be the end of it. But that's not what happened. You all showed up. I didn't know. I really had no clue I was going to meet y'all. I really had no clue you'd going to turn out. I did not know you'd ever be here. You know, I had no idea. You know, so I'm just so surprised that everybody showed up and turned out. And now that they have, you know, I want to make sure that I'm doing it right, so that no one can take it away from me or make it so expensive on me that I have to, like, you know, I can't afford to do anything else except for pay fines, you know. So I just want to make sure we're doing it right. Yeah, I might have to, Uncle Artie. I'm hoping not to. I hate attorneys. I really do. They are some super sharks for sure. I don't really care much for the lawyers, but if I'm left with no choice, I'll go there for the answers. Right now, I'm working within a network of certain people, and there's a lot of knowledge base in those few people. So, and I'm trying to study up a bit myself, you know, but that takes a lot of reading. For somebody that's completely ignorant in the area of business and finance, and I'll be honest, I don't know nothing about running a business. I ain't never tried to run a business in my life. I've run other people's businesses, but I didn't have to set them up. You know, all I had to do was walk in and manage it, you know, to delegate authority and make sure everything was done. And I'm pretty good at that, but it's the first time I've ever been involved in the actual inner workings of one. So, you know, it may not be necessary at all. Hell, I don't know, but I want to make sure that if it is, I fix it and take care of it the way it should be done. So. Please review Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, because they cannot require you to pay any tax or fee on your First Amendment activity. Well, right, but it's not exactly that I'd be paid for the First Amendment activity. It's, you know, I'm getting money for other things here, so. All right, Lisa, you have a good night and sleep well, dear heart. Thanks for coming in. You know I appreciate you. If you don't know, I tell you now, I love and appreciate you with all my heart. Thank you for being here, Lisa. Thanks for always being one of the ones that's had my back all the way through. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me, even if it don't to certain others. Hey, I see Odin out there. How you doing tonight, Odin? Good to see you tonight. Thanks for coming in. Both, I don't even know, man. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even understand the definitions behind the both of them. So, you know, it's just one of those things that I don't know how to classify it. That's what I'm trying to figure out, you know. I don't know if it's considered private or if it's, you know, if it's something that like I have to be a business. I don't know these things. So that's what I'm trying to find out, guys. I probably will, Janice. I know an accountant, you know, and although I hate to pay one, I may not have a choice, you know. Right, orange cones. That much I know. I know to keep the stuff. I just, you know, I don't know what to do with it yet exactly. I don't know how to turn it, you know, how to turn that into what it needs to be. So all those things I'm finding out as I go, guys, just like everything else, you know. The one thing they can't accuse me of is not trying to find the truth, you know, not trying to find the correct answers to the questions I have. So. Yeah, Archangel for Truth, I don't think they're going to pay me a damn thing. And I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to owe the city anything at all because I don't operate a business inside the city. And just because I come in here and film doesn't mean it's a business inside the city. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to owe them anything. I just want to hear them say that. Just want to make sure I've crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's to keep my ass out of trouble, you know. One thing I've learned is I cover my own ass because nobody else will. You know, never known anybody else to offer to cover it for me, so I try to make sure I have it covered. You're right, Orange Cones, and I always appreciate your advice, by the way. You and APIC Programmer, too. I appreciate you both a lot. Thank you very much for all the advice and everything that you do. And for everybody else out there that offers advice, because it's not just those two. I have a lot of people to slip me information and advice through the back door, and I really do appreciate it, guys. You guys have no idea how much I appreciate everything y'all are trying to help me do. I appreciate it, and that's, you know, it's kind of my dream. That's kind of how I've always thought it should be. We should all help one another. You know, when we know something someone else doesn't, we're there to provide that for them. And like I always say, guys, I'm a little guy, but I got big dreams. You know, I got big, huge dreams. I just love to see it all come to fruition. There's Eyes Wide Open. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, Eyes Wide Open. I'm glad to see that somebody's eyes are wide open, for sure. Not everybody's are these days. Yes, Orange Cones, I should be available most of tomorrow. Um, there is somebody that's supposed to call me to come and look at their vehicle. They're having, I think, a starter issue, and I'm just going to diagnose, you know, and let them know what's wrong with it, and then we'll figure out if, you know, if they want me to fix it, then I'll find time to do that. But other than that, yes, I'll be available tomorrow as far as I know. I don't know of anything that I have to do tomorrow other than what I normally do, so I should be available. A brand channel is one associated to you in your email. The other is a managed account and can change hands. Well, I guess mine's just registered to me as far as I know, to me and my email. So as far as I know, that's how it works, ZXL Master, yes, I see you down there. I obviously see you. How you doing tonight, by the way? Hopefully you're having a good night. Let me know when you can be at the computer. Well, what time do I need to be available, and I'll make myself available then. That's the great thing about being me. Since I don't have a particular schedule, I can usually manipulate things however I want. So I try to fit within the confines of everybody else's schedule is what I try to do. I just try to be the free floater and float between everybody else's schedules, because most other people have lives and jobs. Me, I have no life. So, I got plenty of free time to mess around, so I can pretty much shuffle things around the way I need them. So if there's a particular time that is better for you, just say so, and I'll make myself available. I'll either get up early or stay up late, whatever it takes. It all works out the same to me. I don't care. I'll get plenty of sleep when I'm dead. I'm not worried about it. I agree with you, Archangel. I agree with you. You're right, Janice. I always do that. That's why I keep telling everybody I have more to read, more questions to ask, and more to study about before I make any final decisions. That way, I can make an educated decision. I don't just take what somebody says as absolute gospel. I've learned not to do that. Y'all know I learned not to do that. I learned that with chili. That's a bad damned idea. So, now when someone tells me something, I don't rush out to believe it. I always try to check on it the best I can so that I know what I'm talking about. Especially with this, because we're talking about my pocket and my freedom. So, that means some shit to me. Whether it does to anybody else or not is irrelevant. So I definitely check into stuff, make sure everything's all right. Around 10 a.m. would be great. All right, I will be available at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I absolutely will be. I'll be sitting in front of that computer. I don't think I'm going to need a ball peen hammer for it, but I have threatened it a couple times. But yes, I will definitely be sitting there at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I hope so too, Zeus. I don't plan on sitting in jail, but if I ever have to, I hope it's because that I was standing up for my rights and not because I was committing crime. I tend not to do that as best I can, for sure. I think you all know that. You all followed me around long enough to know, you know. I don't normally go around causing trouble or looking for it. That's not me. It's not what I do. We're getting on close to midnight now, so the traffic will start to die down from here on out. Generally, it usually does. It's already getting thinner, less people out, of course. You know, people in this town aren't, because there's nothing to do. I think they all end up back at home bored. You know, they'll come in here, hit the carryouts, get their stuff, and go back home and drink and stuff. And, you know, so. But if we're going to see any traffic stops, it's definitely going to be after this. You know, it's usually when we see them is after midnight for the most part. Baby doll Iron, good night, sweetheart. And don't forget to remind me tomorrow about her birthday so I can make sure that I remember to stop by and tell her happy birthday. I don't want to forget that. I really don't. I want to make sure that I've told Dusty happy birthday. I want to look into her beautiful little eyes and tell her happy birthday myself. So please, please don't let me forget. Debos Eugene is still at home. We're hoping he'll be out with us next weekend. He's got to have another test, I believe, Monday. And after that is done, the doctor will clear him to come back or not. So we're waiting on that Monday to find out. So with any luck, Eugene will be back with me this next weekend. Karen's call for the manager, frauditor's call for a supervisor. Is that how that works? You know what's really funny, guys, is I watched auditors for a long time before I became one. For a couple years or so. You know, I watched a little bit of everybody, and it's interesting because I did not know. I'd never heard the word frauditor until I became an auditor. And then I found this entire community that you all are a part of, making fun of them all the time. I didn't even know that side of it existed, had never seen it, had never been suggested to me on YouTube, nothing. So I didn't know anything about this whole side of the community. But I can tell you that I'm happy to be a part of it as well as a part of the auditing community. I'm glad that I'm one of the few who is able to be parts of both. Yeah, you're right, Debos Nation. That's how it works to sue, but I can't imagine why someone would have any reason to sue me. Nothing I can think of anyway. I mean, it don't mean it can't happen. You know, there's some weird legal shit that goes on in the world, but I just can't imagine why somebody would sue me. I don't even know how they could legally. Hell, I ain't done nothing to nobody and wouldn't, you know, so I'm not sure how that would work out, but I guess anything's possible. But those questions are the reason I'm trying to find all the information. You know, I'm trying to be careful and read through it so that I understand it, so that I can make the best decision possible. That's the most important thing to me, is making an educated decision. So there's a bit of lightning in the sky. Not often you see lightning in the winter, but by Joe, it's up there. I just seen it. Does that say a Farlow mama? I don't know what a Farlow mama is. I don't know whether to congratulate you or give you my condolences. I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry. I don't even know what that means. Somebody's going to have to educate the dumb hillbilly on what a Farlow mama is, because I honestly don't know. Hey, there's Logan Sandman. How you doing tonight, Logan? Good to see you out there, sir. Made you joke on your hot cocoa. I'm sorry. I still don't know what the hell it is, though. I'll be honest. I don't always know certain words, you know. I have a very large vocabulary and I do okay, but I still run across words I've never heard of, like a Farlow mama. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's like an insult or if that's a compliment. I'm not sure, you know. Nothing happening up here on the mall, of course. Not that we expected much to happen, of course, but you know, come up and check it out anyway. It is the catfish I breed. Farlowella vitata, I hope I'm saying that right, is the fish name. Well, man, they got some weird ass names. I hope that's a name that like science give them, and you didn't pick that for one of them, because that's a weird ass name to name a fish. Just saying, be much easier to call it George or Fred or something, wouldn't it? Say a twig catfish. I don't even know what the hell a twig catfish is. I have to look that up. I've caught many catfish. None of them look like a twig. I've heard of a walking stick, but never a swimming twig, I have to admit. I'll have to look that one up so I can see a picture of it. I don't even know what they might look like. I'm betting they don't look anything like a standard catfish, though. I figured it was orange cone. It's a scientific name. I was just being silly. There you go. Like Epiphany says, don't forget to smash that like button. Make sure you hit that thing. That's what lets YouTube know you liked it. And when they know you like it, they send, you know, they send out what they call impressions. That's the when you watch a video and you see the suggested ones after that, that's how those get there. Is at least that's what they say. You know, those likes help that. I pronounced it just perfectly. Well, good deal. I'm surprised. Sometimes my hillbilly tongue's like having two left feet. I can't make it work right. I try real hard, but you know, hey. More of a sucker fish, but they're definitely in the catfish family. Well, if it's pictures on her channel, I'm sure I've seen it. I just don't remember it called that is all. But I'm sure I've seen the pictures on there. So it's kind of like one of those algae eaters, huh? I always called them scum suckers because I couldn't think of a better name for them. I had a couple of them small little algae eaters in my fish tank years ago. I just always called them scum suckers. The dogs are easy to catch and just play dead, huh? Like a stick. Well, there you go. Must be why they call them stick catfish then, huh? I guess that makes perfect sense, don't it? I'll tell you what, guys, we're down here and it's almost midnight, which means that Troy should be working, so I'm going to step in here and make sure he's doing all right tonight, all right? So if y'all give me just a minute, I'll go over here and park and run in and check in with him, make sure he's doing all right tonight. Seen Nelia earlier. And I ain't allowed to take the camera in no more, so y'all have to wait out here on me. But I will be right back, guys. Let me go check in and make sure he's doing all right. Always got to check in on the people that keep the coffee hot and fresh for you, you know? Take care of those who take care of you, for sure. You can take care of all of them, but you always take care of those who take care of you, for sure. So I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty, guys. Troy's doing as fine as the hair on a frog's butt, so he's doing all right in there. Not that I didn't expect him to be. I expected him to be all right. But as always, we stop in and check anyway, just to make sure he's doing all right. He's not as physically capable as others, so I like to just check in with him and make sure he's okay. Hey, there's Oleg Welch. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, sir. Glad you come in and say hi. Hope you're having a good night out there wherever you're at. We're having one here. There's another channel for y'all to go check out. He's got a pretty good channel. Go check it out if you like his stuff. Make sure you like and subscribe and share it with people you know. Like always, if somebody's got that link, please drop it in the chat out there. That way they'll know where to find it. Makes it a little easier sometimes, because sometimes when you go to search, you can't always find the channels you're looking for. So if somebody's got it, please throw that link in out there. It makes it a little bit easier for those that don't know where to find them to find them. No, Josh, there ain't nothing happening so far tonight. Like usual, I don't really expect a whole lot. It's Friday night, but that don't mean it's wild here. There's usually not a whole lot going on anyway. We don't get too wild until we're up in this town. Oh, I'm not sure what you're thanking me for out there, Oleg, but you're welcome for whatever it was. If it's just referring people to your channel, that's what we try to do, or that's what I try to do anyway. I'm a small channel, and a lot of us are, but if all of us small channels stick together, we become one hell of a big community. And if we all look out for each other and send all of our people out to everybody else, see, then that's how communities grow. They come to your channel, they see your stuff, they like it, they subscribe, and there you go. If they don't like it, they'll move on. But I want them to have the option. I want them to go check it out and see whether they like it or not. That's another one. Guys, whenever I suggest one of these channels, know that I'm already subscribed to them. That's the reason that I suggest it. So if you hear me talking about a channel and I suggest it, go check it out, it's because I'm subscribed, and I go in and try to watch and stuff. So like I say, I don't have time to see everybody's stuff all the time, but I do try. I try to see as much as I can. Oh, Chili's a little far away from me. He's out in California. I'm on the other side of the country, so yeah, I wouldn't even be able to drive to him tonight. There's Larry Holloway. How you doing tonight, Larry? No, Dark Watch. The bars don't close at 7 p.m. The bars close at about 2 a.m. I'm pretty sure every bar in town closes at 2 a.m. It's not really because they want to. It's got to do with state law. They can't serve after a certain time. And last call was usually right around 1:30 or so. So they usually lock their doors at 2. It's one of them things where, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here type things. But it does look like they do in this town, though, don't it? Oh, look, I noticed you mentioned, I saw it on your channel the other day, and then I just saw you mention it again now, that you're originally Ukrainian, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm curious, do you know anything about being over there, or were you like too young and come over here and then were adopted, or adopted out of there at a very young age, so you can't tell us much about the culture, or how would that work? Yes, Logan, that's exactly how it works. The last call is usually like I said, at 1:30, and the bars close down at 2, and then they'll reopen at 6 a.m. So I don't know why the hell they have to have some dry hours, but I guess they figure that's a way to keep people dry, as if that was going to actually work. Because most of them would just buy a 6 or 12 pack at the bar and take it home with them and keep right on drinking through those dry hours and be back at the bar at 6 a.m. Watch out, kitty cat. Please don't run out in front of my car, kitty cat. There you go. I don't want to be mashing any tabbies tonight. Oh, there you go. He said something about it. Let me pull over here so I can read that. He said, I barely know anything of my Ukrainian life. I was adopted at age 6, and the memories there are not. Okay. Well, that's what I was curious about. I was just going to be nosy and ask you a few questions, but I guess I won't be able to do that. Just because I was nosy. I just wondered about life and culture over there, just had a few questions. Nightman's wife says that plot holes memes are really good. So she's not only talking to me, that also goes for everybody out there. Nightman's wife, I'll have to check that out later. Thank you for that suggestion. Everybody go check out the plot holes memes. Apparently they're pretty funny from what I'm getting. So y'all know Johnny O over there makes some pretty good stuff. That's another channel. There's too many channels for me to remember them all right off the top of my head. So I try to call them out as I can remember them, or someone suggests them. That's one of them. Hey, there's Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. How you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you. Hopefully you're having a good Friday night. I know we are here, or at least I am, whether anybody else is or not, but you know me, I'm too damn boring not to have good nights. Nothing exciting happening in my life for sure. Not like that anyway. There you go. Orange Cones has a nosy question, Olive. She wants to know if you have any animals out there. Any pets. Even stick catfish if you have some. She got stick catfish. I can't remember the scientific name. Hell, I can barely read it the first time, but stick catfish, we'll go with that. That I can remember. It's like a walking stick. I know what a walking stick is, but I didn't know what a stick catfish was till tonight. Hey, Oleg, if you don't mind me asking, I hope I'm saying your name right. I hope I ain't butchering it all to shit with my American hillbilly tongue. If I am, I apologize. But I'm wondering exactly where you're at in the States. Where are you? If you, if you don't mind me asking, you don't mind me telling me where, at least what state you're in or what side of the country you're on. I'm just curious. So, Zoe said I always have good times. We discussed, what is it? Yeah, I have to pull over here so I can see it. These damn potholes that shake so much I can't even read the damn screen. As we discussed, moron effect we see prevalent in our world. Moron effect, huh? Is that what we're calling it these days? The moron effect. I ain't heard of that one yet. You live in Virginia? Well, hell, Sovereign Soul lives in Virginia. I was just in Virginia here a couple months back, visiting him actually, down in Stanley, I think it is, isn't it, Sovereign? Isn't that where you're at, or close to there? It's down in the Shenandoah Valley there. Very, very beautiful. My goodness, it's a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains. Never quite been in a beautiful place like that in my whole life, except for here. I loved it there. It was absolutely amazing. The people were great. It was my first time in Virginia, really, other than just driving through when I was very much younger. Orange Cones is in North Carolina. There you go. Now, I have been to North Carolina on more than one occasion. Been to South Carolina quite a few times, too. down around Myrtle Beach, places like that. You know, all the touristy stuff. I see David Lee out there too. Hello, David Lee. I don't think I've spoken to you. If I have or haven't, if I haven't, hello, and if I have, then hello the second time or third, how many ever it's been. Hey, there's Pandy Land. Hello, Pandy. How you doing tonight? Thanks for jumping in and saying hello. Always appreciated. Always love seeing y'all come in and speak. Lets me know I'm not alone out here, you know. Buy me dinner next time I'm in Dirty Myrtle, huh? It's been a long time since I've been down that way for sure. Driving through counts unless I have my eyes closed, huh? Well, good. At least that counts. At least it counts for something anyway. Ooh, there's the thunder. Don't get too many of them in the wintertime, by Joe. There's the thunder right there. Oh, Pandyland, I appreciate you. I'm not sure why you appreciate me, but you're welcome, whatever it was that I did that you can appreciate for sure. You're right, Chili can't overturn this, Terry. He called me out, I took him up, and he ran away like a scared little coward. But he always does that. He lays out a challenge to a real man accepts it, he runs away and challenges another real man. Poor feller. The poor little feller. He can't help it. He's a scared rabbit, but he's trying to convince everybody that he's not. I mean, he's even scared of me, and I'm smaller than he is. The one thing you learned real quick, though, is that I don't have any fear, and I sure ain't afraid of somebody like Chili. I faced a lot bigger bullies than Chili. Hey, there goes that cop. We'll go follow him a minute. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is Patrolman Allison, because the other two are in SUVs tonight. So we'll follow him a minute. He probably ain't doing nothing but patrolling anyway. Obviously, that's all they're doing tonight. Nothing else seems to be going on, but we'll follow him around in just a minute, see what's going on. Appreciate me because I have class. Now, there's something I don't think I've ever been told in my life, that I have class. Look at that. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Go to McDonald's. The guy got pulled over. Okay. No, we'll head that way right now. Off to McDonald's we shall go. That is if I can get there before they clear the stop. That happens a lot too. Hard for me to make it there as quick as they do, but I'll try. Obviously, I have to maintain speed limit and stop at stop signs and shit. I don't have light bar and sirens, so I can't do what they do, but try to get there as quickly and safely as I can. And I'm also dealing with wet streets, so give me a little bit. You know, I got to be careful. This little old car, they don't like loose gravel and water a bit, and they have a real hard time sticking to the road when it's like that. So Shit, I came down one too far, but that's all right. We can take this one up there too. No big fucking deal. They both go the same way. And I'm gonna cut back down low to nice. I just miscounted. Sorry, guys. As I say, there ain't no damn street signs in this town, so at least not enough of them. You can't always tell which street you're on. If you miscount, you're screwed. So I did that, miscounted by one, no big thing. Here we go. We're back to nice, which cuts right down to Park Avenue here, where we can get back out toward McDonald's there. What are you doing, man? Making a damn U-turn. That's illegal as shit. Watch out. Get somebody run over or hurt. Then you probably have the audacity to be mad at me. Moron effect that Sovereign talks about. I think that was a classic example of the moron effect there. You ask me. Well, I doubt if there's anybody pulled over at McDonald's, because there's 2 or 3 of the vehicles sitting right here, and they usually don't do that. So I think somebody's mistaken, Uncle Artie. That's what I think, because they're all sitting right back there, which means there ain't nobody up here pulled over, or they'd all be up here. You know how it works? They all come out to the stop. So if it happened, then it's already over, apparently. Yep, nothing going on up here at McDonald's. Nothing at all. That was either somewhere else or it's already over. Like I said, we just passed them all sitting back there. So nothing going on at McDonald's, guys. Sorry, nothing at all. It's starting to rain a little better now, ain't it? All right, guys, there we go. Nothing up here at McDonald's. Nice try, Uncle Artie. Not true, Uncle Artie. I do appreciate my Uncle Artie. But ain't nothing happening up here at McDonald's. Like I said, if it was, it's done over. Which happens a lot, you know, by the time I get from one end of town to the other. Now right there where they were all sitting, they're not there anymore either. So. However, there's one right up here in front of me. Those taillights you see is, I believe that's Patrolman Allison again. He's the only one driving a car and not an SUV tonight. The other 2 are driving SUVs. The canine officer, Patrolman Akers, of course, and then Sergeant Blankenship, or the non-bearded Blankenship, if that helps you out. That's usually how I call him out, makes it easier. The older brother of the 2, he's a sergeant now. Has been for about 3 or 4 weeks now. He got promoted, I didn't even know. Yeah, lightning flash. We're getting thunderstorms here tonight. There's been some lightning and thunder. Not normally something we get in the wintertime, but by Joe, we're having it tonight for sure. Oh, I see back there where Queen Bee said good night. I'm sorry I missed that, Queen Bee. That's probably why I was driving. I apologize. Good night, sweetheart. Thanks for stopping by and checking in. Always appreciated. Sorry, guys. Sometimes safe driving negates me from being able to watch the chat, so I apologize. I miss things. It happens. Guys, I done filled up the coffee tank again. I'm going to have to run back up here to the gas station, go to the restroom again. Whoa, there's some big-ass lightning now, lighting up the whole town. How you like that one? I'm assuming you all seen that. I don't know how it looked on the camera, man, but it looked like daylight there for a second or so. Got some good lightning going on tonight. Hogan says if they start shitting orange, back off the carrots a bit. Right? Oh, shit. I wonder how many carrots you'd have to eat to have orange turds, man. That'd be an awful lot of carrots. Isn't it amazing that no matter what you eat, it comes out looking like shit? It don't matter what you eat or how much of it, it always looks like shit on the other end. Go figure. It always turns into the same nasty stuff. Hey, there's Ace 42. How you doing tonight, sir? Glad to see you out there this morning. I guess it's after midnight, so it ain't night anymore. It's morning now, I guess. But that middle of the night thing. Pound the baby carrots and do the trick, huh? Well, now we know. Now we know how much it takes. Guys, I got to run in here and use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Get out and get a little bit wet here. But I will absolutely be right back. Guys, I think it might rain tonight. I mean, I can't be sure, of course, but it sure does. It's going to miss a good chance if it don't. I can tell you that. Certainly looks like it wants to rain. I see that, Archangel for Truth. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Sometimes I feel like I need to, though. Like I got the bladder like a little 2-year-old, you know. It's just because I drink a lot of coffee, and then in between that, y'all don't see it, but I got, a bottle of water I always keep, and so I'm always drinking water in between the cups of coffee, and I'm always well above hydrated. I promise, always more than well hydrated. If nothing else, dehydration is never my problem, and it shows in my bladder. I promise you, it does. My kidneys get a triple workout. Thank God they work so good. That's one thing I keep exercise pretty good is my kidneys and my bladder. So they get a pretty good workout being me. Well, it looks like we finally got into the rain. It might rain a good bit now. Then again, it could quit again here in a minute. I don't know. We'll see. But as you see, the streets are dead now. It always happens come midnight. It just kind of shuts down. The sidewalks roll up, people roll out, and that's about the end of the traffic for the night. And I can guarantee you, when it's going to be this nasty, chilly, cold rain, I don't expect to see that many traffic stops anyway. It ain't like they're out looking to get out of the car, I doubt. Not unless they absolutely have to. It'd have to be something crazy, I think, before they'd want to pull people over in this weather. So, just saying. I mean, if I was a cop, that's how I'd feel about it anyway. I don't know if they have that option, but if I did, I'd stay in the car when it rained and it was cold, if I didn't have to get out. Did we ever get Oleg's channel link out there? Is there Zeus Zyquin? He's got a channel. If I didn't mention it, make sure we get that link in there if somebody's got it, please. And I saw Debo's Nation out there. Of course, everybody knows Uncle Artie. He's got his channel. Anybody's got those links, please drop them. That way everybody can find them. I want to make sure we spread the joy around and you guys get to see channels you may not have seen any other way. And I'm subscribed to all those channels. I think that's why they come into my chat. They know I got their back and support them, and I think that's why they come and support me. So I appreciate it from each and every one of you, by the way. And I want to make sure y'all know that I'm on your channels, of course, as a subscriber and a watcher. Make sure we spread the joy around a little bit so everybody gets to see all the channels. You never know when you're going to find your new favorite channel. So it's always good to check out some new ones when you haven't seen them before. And it's a whole lot easier when there's a link in the chat, because sometimes you go to search for a channel and you just can't find it. It shows you like 10,000 videos with a certain thing in it, but it never shows you the actual channel. And so it's a lot easier if there's a link out there. And there's the XL Master. He's got his own channel too. Make sure you check him out. He's got a couple videos on there that's pretty funny. I know he's got one of me throwing a tantrum. So if you want to see me throw a tantrum, go watch his channel. You'll get to see it a little bit. Make sure you check out some of these other channels. I think y'all like them. Oh, not a problem, Roseanne. I don't hold nothing against you, dear heart. You ain't got to see every minute of my stream. Unless you just want to. Of course, you're free to watch it. But no one's holding your feet to the fire, for sure. Ain't been nothing to watch anyway, just me driving around the damn rain. No, Oleg, I didn't get any coffee that time. I'm still drinking on the last one. I still got about a quarter cup here I got to drink. Some nights I don't drink as much as I do others. It just depends on the mood, of course. You got to watch some of these brick streets. They get a little slick when it gets wet. So if you're ever out driving and if you live in a city that's got them, you already know what I'm talking about. But if you don't, you're ever out driving and you find one of these old brick streets like this one, it's just bricks laid in the ground. Be careful, because they can get slicker than snot if you're not careful. Slick as snot on a rail, as my uncle used to say. I agree, Archangel. I think they should pay me for bringing it back. I'd definitely run it through a filter and bring it right back to them. Yeah, you're right, Orange Cones. It could be if it's 20 degrees tomorrow night. We'll see how it is. I ain't afraid of the ice and snow, though it won't be my first time driving in it, so we'll be all right. We'll still get out and do it. We'll just have to be careful. I've driven, the wonderful thing about living here in Southern Ohio is you get to drive in all kinds of weather. So I got more than enough experience at 50. I've driven in all of it. As a matter of fact, every time they've ever closed the roads and the streets legally, I've been out on them when they closed them. So I had no choice but to keep traveling to where I was going. I've been in some hellacious snow and ice before. So I'm not scared. We'll make it through. I ain't worried about it. Ain't worried about it a bit. Not a bit scared of the weather. This good little old car, it goes pretty good in the snow and stuff, so I ain't scared. Or at least I assume it does. I've had other ones the same kind of car, so this one should do just the same. They're not bad little old cars. There's Colin back. Hello, Colin. Good to see you again, sir. Well, you're right, Orange Cones. There are all kinds of idiots out here, but believe it or not, I watch them more than I do myself because they're the ones that scare me. So I had a couple defensive driving classes when I was a much younger man, and while most people didn't really get anything out of those classes, I did. I got a lot out of them, and I put that into practice when I drive, and it makes me a safer driver. I learned to pay more attention to those around me, learn to leave a little extra room and create a little extra room when they don't. So I've learned to drive fairly safe, I think. That's why I've never really had an accident. I've been in a couple, but it's always been someone else's fault. I've never caused one. Had a couple incidences where drunk drivers run stop signs and hit me. One was in a company truck, one was in my own vehicle. I've been rear-ended a couple different times over the years, nothing major, just that little fender bender stuff. Not anything major or big, nobody really got hurt or anything, just, a little minor traffic accident. One of those that's more annoying than anything, Yeah, empty streets are a big help, Dark Watch. I don't have to, it's a lot easier to be safe when there's no one else around for sure. Have I ever drifted with my car? Not in this car, but yes. But not in this one yet. I'm a little older now. When I was younger, I'd done a lot of things I probably shouldn't have done. And I was about 75 to 80 mile an hour in every direction I went, no matter where I was at, whether it was safe or not. I wasn't always as safe as I am now. And speed don't always kill. You can drive fast and safe. I have driven both. I have driven fast and I have driven safe. And there have been times that I have driven not as fast and not as safe, and sometimes way too fast to be safe. So I've done it all, at this point. I won't be doing that anymore. You won't see me driving like that anymore. So yeah, I'm too old now. Shit, it takes too long to heal. Stuff hurts too long. I don't know if the rest of you experience that, but I don't bounce back as well as I used to 20 years ago. Now, when I hurt myself, the pain sticks around a while. It takes a little bit longer to get over it, a little bit more to heal each way. So I try to think about that, take special care. Hydraulics on a Hyundai. That'd look great. Talk about hillbilly fabulous right there. Hydraulics on a Hyundai accent. That'd look great. I could bunny hop this some bitch all the way through the town with those. That is funny. I hadn't thought of that one. That's a pretty good one. Bunny hop everywhere. How silly would that look? The hillbilly in a Hyundai accent with hydraulics on it. Oh, that's funny shit right there. Yes, ma'am, Roseanne. I will be absolutely careful. That's what I was talking about there a while ago. Them bricks can get slick as snot on the rails. My uncle used to say you get on them when they're wet. Now they're bad enough when they're dry, And these little cars, there ain't much weight on them. So if you're not careful in these little tiny Hyundais, if you hit like loose gravel or you hit like a puddle of water, you're going to slide. So you have to know that. You have to always know your vehicle and what it can and can't do and what you should and shouldn't do in it. That way you can stay safer. So me, I've driven unsafe enough in my life when I was younger, and I pretty well know the limits of these little Hyundais now. I've driven quite a few, so that's why I'm so comfortable behind the wheel of them. I've driven them long enough to know what they will and won't do and where they will and won't slide. So when you hear me tell you something like that, you can take it to the bank. I know it for a fact. Be very careful in one of these when it's wet or you get on like loose gravel or something, because it'll slide like it's on snot. You're right, Logan. You probably could get some good air in a Hyundai. They don't weigh much. You can damn near pick it up and throw it in your pocket. Yeah, Danny, I'm still in here for the moment, still cruising around. I don't know how much longer I will be with it raining like this. It ain't like they're going to do any traffic stops. Hell, there ain't no traffic out, So they don't, I don't think they're going to be pulling over too many people in the rain. Looks like they're all huddled up there at the gas station right now. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they're all standing there bullshitting, having their little cop huddle. I don't know what cops talk about when they're all standing around in a group like that. I ain't never been a cop, so I don't really know. Don't know if that kind of thing leads to something productive or if they're talking about something secret. Who the hell knows? I don't know. Like I said, I ain't never been a cop. Don't want to be. I'm glad they're out here doing their job, so I don't have to. All I have to do is follow them around and watch them do it. I'd rather do that than have to do their job, to be honest. Not something that I'd want to do. So. Let's see. Blanche or Roseanne says, question for you, Terry. Okay, Roseanne, I'm listening. Whenever you're ready, I'm parked, dear heart. Just throw it in there. Skateboard with a steering wheel, that's about right. It ain't much more than a skateboard with a steering wheel for sure. You're right. Everybody would know it's me. Hell, everybody knows it's me anyway. You're right, Logan. They might be standing around bitching about the bosses. I've done that at a few jobs. Yeah, I'm using my phone to stream right now, Roseanne, but when I shut it down, I will respond to it. You can go ahead and text it. I just can't switch over to it right now. But as soon as I'm done streaming tonight, I will respond. Hey, there's Apic Programmer. How you doing, Apic? Good to see you out there, sir. You know, I ran a stop sign, right? Tell you all a quick little joke. An old lady's driving along. She's doing about 85 mile an hour and a 35. And when the cop gets her stopped, he walked up to her window and he said, ma'am, did you not see that 35 mile an hour speed limit sign back there? She said, absolutely not, officer. I was going way too fast to have seen that. Apex says, doing great. Got us radio tunes. Good deal. Good deal. Yes, sir. Zeus, you have a good night too, sir. Sleep well. We'll catch you on the next run. Make sure you get you a good night's sleep. Everybody but me needs that. Do you have that link there, Apex? I think that's what Oleg's asking for is the link, if you've got it there. And now that he's helped me get a bit of that set up, I'm going to have to start learning, getting in there and learn how to use Discord some, I guess, if I can find the time to spend there. Can't make up its mind if it wants to rain or not, man. It's been doing this on and off all evening. Rain some and quit. Rain some and quit. Yes, Oleg, I do. I don't have any way of putting the link in here, but I do have one. It's not something I've advertised before. I've had it for a while, and I'm getting some help on the back end from a couple people because I really don't know much about Discord. It's something I have to learn. Um, but I do have one. I need to learn how to manage it and get in there and understand it and everything. I'm starting to. Screw job. Wouldn't this little thing sound funny with a horn like that? I have to get me some of them little hangy ball carpet things, and hang around the top and shit too. Maybe even drive around with a big sombrero on. Orange Cones, are you not a mod? If you're not, I'll have to add you later. I'm sorry that I haven't done that before. I thought that I'd already done that, but if I haven't, I will. I'll do that when I get home. I have no way of doing it from here because I'm in um, StreamYard and not YouTube. I have to do that from YouTube. You're right, Logan. Need that little steering wheel so you can still drive with handcuffs on for sure. It's an important thing. Very important thing to be able to still drive with handcuffs on. Archangel, it's a serious possibility. She said earlier she had to charge her phone. So, but the reason she doesn't hang out in here and listen to me run my mouth is because she has to listen to me 24/7 anyway. She's not as impressed. So she's probably over there watching. She likes to watch a lot of them shorts, and the TikToks and stuff like that. She likes all that kind of stuff. Administrator could add mods. Yeah, they probably could. I don't have one in here at the moment, though. Guys, I'll tell you what, I'll have to get that Discord link and I'll start putting it in the description. So when I get home tonight, I'll pick it up and throw it over in the description of this video. So that's where you'll find it. I guess that's going to be about the only way I can get it in there for tonight. And then I'm sorry, APIC and Orange Cones. I thought you guys already had wrenches. I guess not. I'll have to make sure that you do so that you're able to take care of stuff like that. So I'm sorry about that. Hey, there's Jarvizda. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thanks for popping in and saying hello always. She might be Dark Watch. Believe it or not, she watches Chili all the time. She loves to watch that shit. I ain't figured out why yet, but she sure does. She watches him all the time. That might be what she's doing. I did say shorts, didn't I? Tell you what, guys, I'm going to have to shed a layer. I'm sitting here about to sweat. I'm going to step out here and take this big heavy coat I got on off because it's about to sweat me to death. Oh, that's a little cooler. Oh, let's see. Where are we at here? Would I ever consider doing a T-top on my car? Absolutely not. Not on this little thing anyway. Besides, T-tops leak too much. I have a little experience with them, not on my vehicle, but on others. I am a mechanic. I've had to deal with them a few times. I don't really care for them much. Although they are fun to take out and drive down the road when it's, not on a night like tonight, obviously. When it's cold and raining, it's not a good time for T-tops. But I don't think this little car would look good with them at all. You're right, Jarvizda. He's definitely a troubled man who needs help. He's just not smart enough to ask for it, unfortunately. The poor feller. Wouldn't take it if you did try to offer it to him, I doubt. It's so 1980s. That's right. I tell you what, though, I did enjoy them back in the 80s. That was kind of fun. I've rode in a few. It was funny because my cousin had a little Grand Prix, and it had T-tops in it. And he'd take the T-tops out and then turn the damn air conditioner on and run it full blast in the summertime. I always thought he was nuts for doing it, but he sure did do it. All right, Logan, you sleep well, sir. Man, I got really hot there all of a sudden. I don't know why. I've been fine all night. Now my head's starting to hurt. I don't know why. I'm starting to get a terrible headache. I don't know if I can stay out here or not, guys. We'll see how this headache turns out. I might end up having to go home early tonight. I hate that. We'll see how it goes here in a minute. Yeah, Jarvizda, I spent a lot of time in the back of pickups too. That's back when you could stand up in the back of it, lean against the cab and shit and ride everywhere. But yeah, they don't let you do that much anymore. Dark Watch says hot flashes. Getting old. Yeah, must be hitting that time of life, huh? Done hitting mental pause. Since I can't have menopause, I must have hit mental pause, causing the hot flashes. Yeah, you're right, Jervis. They probably would. I'll tell you what, some of them car seats they make nowadays, I've seen them things come plumb through a car out the windshield and skid down the road. And the safest person in the damn vehicle was the kid in that seat for sure. I've seen some terrible wrecks, including one of my mother and my sister and her two kids were in it once, and the baby was in a car seat. And the worst that happened was she bit her tongue, and they rolled that car 3 times. Car come across the highway at full speed across the 4-lane across the median, damn near hit him head on and rolled my mother's car to her. It was like 3 or 4 times that some bitch rolled. And yeah, the only real hurt in it was my mother had some glass in her head and stuff, from the window. And the baby bit her tongue in the car seat. Other than that, she was fine. So Hey, Oleg, if you're going to sleep, sir, you have a good night too, man. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. I don't know if them old station wagons even had seat belts or not, Dravizda, but I sure rode in one without them. That's what my parents had when I was a certain age. You'd crawl all over that damn car and no one cared. Archangel said he still rides there, especially when he's eating beans. I'd say all the people in the cab probably appreciate that too, don't they? Yeah, Dravizda, I never did ride in a minivan when I was a kid, but I rode in a few old, what do they call them things, Jimmies? The GMC Jimmy. Rode in one of them and a Blazer, vehicles like that, which was kind of like a damn van. Wasn't many, but they were kind of like a van. Yeah, Debbie, there ain't much going on around here. If you're here locally, there ain't a whole lot happening here. It's raining. Friday night, of course, the bars are closed. We'll be here shortly. There usually ain't much happening after this time. How am I feeling now? I'm starting to get me a pretty bad headache, Dark Watch, actually. My head's starting to crank out pretty good now. If it keeps getting worse, I'm going to have to head toward the house because if it turns into a migraine, I'm not even going to be able to drive home. I have to sleep here for the night, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, you're right. The SUVs today are much different than them old Jimmys and Broncos and crap. That's for sure. No doubt about that at all. Huge difference between them now. Hyman's wife said, "Iron riding in the back of a truck is like drinking from a water hose," right? Yeah, you're probably right, Gervais. I think I am going to do that, guys. As much as I hate to leave y'all early, man, my head's really starting to crank off now. So, feeling all hot, my head's hurting. I don't know what happened. Just kind of hit me all of a sudden there. So, I think I am going to go ahead and shut this down and head toward the house just to be safe. I don't want to be out here trying to drive with my head hurting so bad. I ain't going to be able to. So, I'm going to head toward the house so I can have a safe night and get me some sleep. And of course, I'll be back out here again tomorrow. Y'all know I will. I always am. So I think that's what I'm going to do is just shut it down and head toward the house. So you all have a safe night. Thank you all so much for joining me. I appreciate it. I love y'all. Um, I seen where you reached out to me, Roseanne. Whenever I get home, if my head ain't hurting too bad, I'll respond to you. If it is, I'll respond to you in the morning. I promise. So, guys, everybody have a great night. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very, very much. I wish I could say thanks better. Yeah, I know. I say it all the time, guys. I'm so grateful and happy to have you all here with me. Thank you so much for riding around with me. Everybody have a great night. And for the moment, guys, Ironton Auditor out, and I'll catch y'all on the next run. Good night, everybody.